basically said that the students who are on protesting right now have approached the Pakistan High Commission and have asked for whatever help they can provide, to which the Pakistan High Commission has said that yes, we will provide all kind of help that is required for the protesting students. Now, that's an interesting aspect which came up a couple of days back, which was not put out in the media from that perspective. But one of the Council of Ministers who was still there in Dhaka told me a few hours back that the situation is absolutely out of hands right now, and he is actually trying to now flee the country. Because
what I can share with you at this stage as well is there's a Bangladesh Air Force C-130 transport which took off a short while back, right? And we can track it on flight radar. It's flown overhead Kolkata without landing in Kolkata and is headed north at this stage. It's flying at an altitude of about 24,000 feet. It is south of Durgapur at this stage. The C-130 is a transport aircraft. It's a military aircraft. The Bangladesh Air Force operates it. Where is the C-130 headed? We don't know, because I'm going to try and see if my camera person can zoom in to this image that I have on my screen. Can my camera person please zoom in? Hi, can we just zoom in if possible to this image on our screen right now? Okay, and let's just cut to an image of this plane. This is on flight radar 24. Okay. So I'm just going to, yeah, great. So I'm going to show you what this is, flight radar 24. This could be the plane carrying Sheikh Hasina. If it is, then it is a plane which took off from. It is a plane which took off from Bangladesh, presumably from Dhaka. It flew direct overhead Kolkata, but as you can see, it didn't land in Kolkata. So I'm going to zoom in further over there. It directly crossed Kolkata without landing in Kolkata, right? It's now moving up, and we just follow the blue line that you see on the screen over there. It's south of Durgapur. It is past right now. We'll be looking at this very, very closely. Why would a Bangladesh Air Force C-130 transport with the code name Ajax 1431, that's the call sign, Ajax 1431. Why would it be in Indian airspace at all at this stage? It's south of Asansol now. It'll be crossing into Bihar at some stage. Flight radar doesn't know where exactly. Flight radar doesn't know where it's going to be headed at this stage. So we don't know where it's going to be headed over here, and we don't know the exact time. But I would suggest that the movement of this flight that you see on your screen, I'm just going to zoom out a little bit. Let's see if we can actually see this a little bit better if I hold it up like this. All right, I don't have it right now. But Ajax 1431 is the name of the aircraft, and I'm just going to try and track it one more time and show it on the map right now. Yeah, it is south of Asansol at this stage, and okay, so I've got a picture of the aircraft as well, and you can also see where exactly it is headed. Now, the Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Sheikh Hasina, perhaps ex-Prime Minister would be more appropriate at this stage, had boarded this Bangladesh Air Force C-130 aircraft, flew directly over Kolkata, did not land in Kolkata. That I find very, very interesting. Just look at this. The aircraft came down, flew right over Kolkata, didn't land in Kolkata, and is continuing to fly north. Where is it going to head right now? We don't know. It's swinging north at this stage. Why would a Bangladesh Air Force aircraft, actually be there? So at this stage, it's it's called Ajax 1431. That's all I know about the aircraft at this stage. But we're going to track it very closely. The assumption is that the Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina might actually be on that aircraft. On your left is a Mi-8 or Mi-17 helicopter of of the Bangladesh Air Force, which she boarded to get out of her official residence, which was ransacked with hundreds of protesters entering. All right, let me just go back to my colleague Vishal, who's been tracking this minute by minute. Vishal, what are some of the other leads that you're picking up?
So right now, just a few moments ago, the Armed Forces Chief addressed a press conference. It was awaited for about an hour. He said that he had discussions with the people who have been protesting for days, and the students have conveyed him the message that they will, they will stop in some ways these protests, these violent protests. However, he's still appealing to the protesters that they need to maintain, peace in the country because it's been weeks of violence which has killed dozens of people. Probably more than 300 people have been killed in the last 3 weeks. The violence had erupted back in July, mid-July, when protesters had demanded that the quotas should be scaled back, and they had some kind of relief by the Supreme Court of Bangladesh, who had stepped in and said that the quota will be scaled back from about 40% to 5%. However, the protests continued, and just in within 2 days of the fresh phase of protest, the PM of Bangladesh had to resign. There had been calls for her to resign. That's how the fresh wave of protests has started. The thousands of protests across the country, especially in Dhaka, they had been demanding that Sheikh Hasina has to resign. It was widely unexpected that she will resign so soon. It's been just 24 hours since the fresh wave of protest started. It killed about 100 odd people within the space of 24 hours, and within that time frame only, the PM of Bangladesh has resigned. Mind you, this is a PM that had ruled the country with an iron fist for about more than a decade, about 3 consecutive terms, thousands of disappearances of the opposition leaders. All of that will come into picture when the new government comes in. As we've been reporting, the army has stepped in and said that it will form the interim government. Whether or not it will pass the baton to the opposition or continue to have this military rule, that remains to be seen. So all of that will have to be answered in the next few days or the months.
All right, I'm just going to go across to Mr. Khan, who's back with us. Mr. Khan, there is a Bangladesh Air Force C-130 Hercules aircraft, which is winging it across North India at this stage, North Bihar presently. Presumably, that's the aircraft with Sheikh Hasina on board. It flew right over Kolkata, didn't land over there. Do you have any information of where this aircraft is going, presumably with her on board?
Who's the person?
Mr. Khan, can you hear me?
Yeah, Daro. Hello?
Yeah, Mr. Khan, Vishnu here. I'm just trying to understand. There's a Bangladesh Air Force C-130 Hercules aircraft, which is now flying over Bihar. Presumably, it's got her in it. The timing of the takeoff is exactly coinciding with the crisis that we are seeing. It flew over Kolkata, didn't land over there. Do we know where she's headed, assuming that she's on board that aircraft?
I have been told that she's on board that aircraft, yes. She's on board that aircraft, and the aircraft, basically, she was not getting approval from the Indian authorities to fly through even, but I think they have secured the flight permission, and now they're flying through India, but I am not sure to which country she is heading to. Like, I have been told that she tried to land in India, but Indian authority did not accept it, considering the recent atrocities that took place in Dhaka. So nearly 500 people confirmed died, and there are many hundreds remain unaccounted for. Thousands people have lost their limbs, around 800 eye injuries. So they don't want to get into a diplomatic trouble with Bangladesh. So
it still needs to be seen whether this aircraft does land in Delhi or in any other Indian airbase, because there's only the aircraft will ultimately need to refuel as well, even if it's headed elsewhere. We're going to take a short break. There's a lot more coming up. NDTV continues to track and break every aspect of this story, the crisis in Bangladesh. Sheikh Hasina, the Prime Minister, has escaped Bangladesh, flying in an aircraft over India right now. We'll continue to look at this very, very closely. Come back with the very latest.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत ही performance आई सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States
Welcome back. A quick summary now of the big story that we continue to track. There's a political crisis in Bangladesh. Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina has fled the country. She's at the moment on board a Bangladesh Air Force C-130J transport, which is winging across India at this stage. Will she land in New Delhi or not? We do not know. The aircraft appeared to be veering towards Kolkata at a particular stage, but didn't land over there. The image on the left-hand side of your screen is of a Mi-17 helicopter, which she used to initially flee her residence in Dhaka. The image on the right is perhaps the strongest image throughout the day. This is Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, her father, the man who was the Prime Minister of Bangladesh, later the President of Bangladesh, the father of Bangladesh, of an independent Bangladesh as it were. But the fact that there are people over there, protesters, trying to destroy that statue gives you an idea of the anger that people in Bangladesh, students in Bangladesh have. What are these protests all about? The protests have been about a quota which was given to descendants of freedom fighters, a 30% quota in government jobs. At a time when Bangladesh's employment rate or unemployment rate has been suffering greatly, students protested, said something like this was just unacceptable. Initially, the Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina seemed to back the decision, but then after the protests became much more vociferous, much more violence, 100-scaled, the court did roll back its verdict, and the government seemed to say that, no, look, this is all going to go away. But by then, the situation got out of hand. 98 people lost their lives yesterday. The death toll now, some suggest upwards of 300. Her house this morning was ransacked. Protesters inside walking away with sofas and chairs and everything else. The commentary on Channel 24, a Bangladeshi network, saying that this is a historic moment for Bangladesh. The doors of this house were always closed. Now they are open. What happens next to Sheikh Hasina, the former Prime Minister of Bangladesh, we do not know. But the Army Chief of Bangladesh very significantly in a press conference has said that there is an interim government in place in Bangladesh at this stage. Opposition leaders and other political leaders have met him. He's reached out to protesters telling them to go home. He's reached out to protesters saying indicating that, look, work with us. We will ensure that all of the demands that you have made are being resolved. All of your demands will be resolved, but let there be no more violence. Let there be peace at this stage.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Welcome back. A rail crisis now in Bangladesh. The Prime Minister of Bangladesh, or the ex-Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Sheikh Hasina, has exited the country. She's believed to be either in India or on her way to India. There are two developments which have taken place. There is some initial reports now coming in that Sheikh Hasina may have landed in Agartala. Then there is this flight radar information, which is verifiable information that we've been tracking, of a C-130 Bangladesh Air Force aircraft. Initially tried to land in Bangladesh, in Kolkata I should say, but now presently winging its way across Bihar and Uttar Pradesh. Is she on that aircraft, and if so, is she landing in Delhi? But Sheikh Hasina out of Bangladesh at this stage, it appears. The Bangladesh army is in charge. He's announced that there's going to be an interim government which is going to be formed. There are lakhs of student protesters out on the streets of Dhaka. Many of them stormed her residence, but the most the pictures which you see on the right hand side of your screen just a few moments back, with the statue of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, the father of Bangladesh, of an independent Bangladesh, being destroyed and by those protests, an attempt to destroy it or disfigure it, that really does tell a story. Remember Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, the father of Sheikh Hasina, but Sheikh Hasina has led with an iron fist for several terms in power. And there appeared to be increasingly a disconnect between her and protesters and people in Bangladesh at a time when there was a lot of unemployment, or there is a lot of unemployment in Bangladesh. There was a court verdict which came in which said that there would be 30% reservation in government jobs for descendants of freedom fighters. Sheikh Hasina initially said, okay, that was fine, but that resulted in massive protests by students who are desperate for jobs, said, this quota just doesn't work for us. Intense violence in Bangladesh. You can see buses were set on fire. The army chief in his press conference said that please go home, do not fight anymore, no more murders, no more violence. But on the streets of Dhaka, it's a condition of absolute anarchy, lakhs of people on the roads. We've heard numbers stretching from anywhere between 3 lakhs to 10 lakhs. The Bangladesh army chief said that he has ordered his men not to open fire, but he needs these protesters to work. How will they get this situation resolved at this stage? We do not know. Political meetings have started between the army and political leaders. They're trying to work through a solution to deal with this crisis, as it were, right now. I'm back with Ayanjit Sen, who's been tracking all of these. Ayanjit, any sense that you have or any details that you have at this stage? All right, a massive fire on the right-hand side of your screen that you could see over there. We'll try and get more of that. People with injuries also being taken away in the protests which have been taking place. So 100 people, we were told yesterday, lost their lives, and some reports suggesting that 400 or 500 people in all may have lost their lives in the protests which began in July. Let's try and go back to Ayanjit. Ayanjit, go ahead. What are you hearing?
Yeah, can you just repeat that, please?
What are you hearing?
Sorry?
What is the latest that you're getting?
Well, the latest that I'm getting is basically that there are some ministers who were there part of the cabinet of Sheikh Hasina, and they're apparently planning to flee to Southeast Asia. Now, I don't know which countries in Southeast Asia, but that's something which is definitely coming in as reports to me. But all depends on what's going to happen in the meeting between the army chief and the president, and of course as to what kind of an interim government they decide to form in Bangladesh vis-a-vis, because post that there will be elections which will be brought in a few months' time after forming the interim government in place.
So Sheikh Hasina was flown by that helicopter to the Kurmitola base of the Bangladesh Air Force at 2:25 local time, and from there she's been on an aircraft flying her to a third country. Is that India or not? We don't know, because there is a Bangladesh Air Force Hercules aircraft over Indian airspace right now. Is it going to land in Delhi? We don't know quite yet. We're going to take a short break, return with this huge story of Bangladesh in political turmoil right now. The Prime Minister has fled the country. Protesters have entered her residence. The army in charge, an interim government will be formed.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to
Welcome back. A real political crisis in Bangladesh. Sheikh Hasina has fled the country. Protesters have entered her residence. They've been trying to defile the statue of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, the father of Bangladesh, Sheikh Hasina's father. The army is in charge in Bangladesh right now. An interim government is being formed. The army chief telling protesters to go back home, stop the protests, which have seen hundreds of people lose their lives. Lakhs of people, student protesters and others, have been out on the roads of Bangladesh and the roads of Dhaka primarily today, as this situation got completely out of control. The armed forces chief, the army chief, basically telling protesters, I promise you that we will ensure that whatever it is that you want, that will be met. The protests that were taking place over a quota in government jobs, 30% of which were allotted for descendants of freedom fighters. The students said that at a time when there has been such unemployment in the country, it was unacceptable to have something like that. These are fresh pictures that you're seeing on the right-hand side of your screen, and on the left-hand side is the helicopter which flew Sheikh Hasina to the Kurmitula air base, a short distance away from where she apparently boarded the C-130J Hercules aircraft and is winging it across North India at this stage, though some other reports suggest that she may actually have fled to Agartala. We don't know, but it is very curious that there is an aircraft, a Bangladesh aircraft, Bangladesh Air Force aircraft, which is over Indian airspace at this stage. It has been for a while. Let's just listen into what the army chief said a little while back.
দেশে একটা ক্রান্তিকাল চলছে। আমি সমস্ত রাজনৈতিক দলের নেতৃবৃন্দকে এখানে আমন্ত্রণ করেছিলাম। ওনারা এখানে এসেছেন। আমরা একটা সুন্দর আলোচনা করেছি।
We've had excellent conversations with several political leaders who've come over here to discuss the situation and to take things forward.
এবং ইন্টারিম গভর্নমেন্টের মাধ্যমে এই দেশের সমস্ত কার্যকলাপ চলবে।
Things will work in this government through an interim government being formed.
যে এই ইন্টারিম গভর্নমেন্ট ফর্মের ব্যাপারে ওনার সাথে আলোচনা করে আমরা একটা ইন্টারিম গভর্নমেন্ট ফর্ম করে দেশ পরিচালনা করব।
The country will be run through the formation of an interim government and it will continue to run.
সমস্ত হত্যা, সমস্ত অন্যায়ের বিচার আমরা করব। আপনারা সেনাবাহিনীর প্রতি আস্থা রাখেন।
Please trust the armed forces.
আস্থা রাখেন। আমি সমস্ত দায়িত্ব নিচ্ছি।
I personally take all responsibility.
আপনাদের জানমাল এবং আপনাদেরকে আমি কথা দিচ্ছি।
I promise all of you.
আপনারা আশাহত হবেন না।
Do not be let down.
যত দাবি আছে সেই দাবিগুলো আমরা পূরণ করব।
Whatever promises we are making, we will ensure that these promises are kept.
নিয়ে আসব। আপনারা আমার সাথে সহযোগিতা করেন।
Please assist me. Help me.
দয়া করে আর এই ভাঙচুর,
end the destruction,
মারামারি,
end the fighting,
সংঘর্ষ এগুলো থেকে
end the সংঘর্ষ।
আমি নিশ্চিত যে আপনারা যদি আমার কথা মতো চলেন, আমাদের
I am certain that if you follow the path which I am laying out for you,
নিঃসন্দেহে আমরা একটা সুন্দর পরিণতির দিকে আমরা
we will move in a beautiful direction together.
আপনারা দয়া করে আমাকে সাহায্য করেন। মারামারি করে এই সংঘাতের মাধ্যমে আমরা আর কিছু অ্যাচিভ করতে পারবো না।
We will achieve nothing through violence. End the fighting.
সুতরাং দয়া করে আপনারা সমস্ত ধ্বংসযজ্ঞ, সমস্ত অরাজকতা, সমস্ত সংঘর্ষ থেকে বিরত হন এবং ইনশাআল্লাহ আমরা সবাই মিলে একটা সুন্দর ভবিষ্যতের দিকে আমরা অগ্রসর হব। প্রতিটা হত্যার বিচার করা হবে, প্রতিটা অন্যায়ের বিচার হবে।
We will look into every concern that has been raised about the injustices which have been committed.
নেতারা এখানে উপস্থিত ছিলেন।
All of these leaders who I met with, it was very nice of them that they came. We've had conversations with all of these political leaders.
ফলপ্রসূ হবে বলে আমি মনে করছি এবং আমরা একটা সুন্দর একটা ইন্টারিম গভর্নমেন্ট ফর্ম করে আমরা
We will form a beautiful interim government.
মাননীয় প্রধানমন্ত্রী পদত্যাগ করেছেন এবং এখন একটা ইন্টারিম গভর্নমেন্ট ফর্ম করে আমরা আমাদের কার্যক্রম পরিচালনা করব।
We will continue with an interim government. We will continue the work of this government through an interim government which has been formed.
ইনশাআল্লাহ আমরা সবাই মিলে সমস্ত সমস্যার সমাধান করতে সক্ষম হব।
Inshallah, we'll be able to resolve all of the problems which confront us at this stage.
যাবেন না এবং শান্তি শৃঙ্খলার পথে ফেরত চলে আসেন।
Please return to a path of peace. Let there be normalcy.
অর্থ সম্পদের ক্ষতি হচ্ছে, জানের লোকজন মারা যাচ্ছে,
people are being killed, there is violence, there is destruction taking place now.
আমাদের সাহায্য করেন, আমি
Please help us.
আপনারা আমাকে সাহায্য করেন,
Please help us, please help us.
আল্লাহ হাফেজ।
All right, so that was the press conference by the Bangladesh Army Chief. Let's listen into the question and answer which also took place over here.
সেই কাঙ্ক্ষিত ভাষণ দেখেছেন, সেনাপ্রধান আরো কিছু বলার চেষ্টা করছেন, আমরা আবারও শুনি।
না, এটা খুব আর্লি স্টেজ, আমরা যাব মহামান্য রাষ্ট্রপতির সাথে যে
We're going to be meeting the president. It's still at an early stage, then we'll figure things
আজকে
out.
এখানে জামাতের আমির ছিলেন, আমাদের বিএনপির
naming various political leaders who were present at the meeting.
ছিলেন, জাতীয় পার্টির নেতৃস্থানীয় নেতৃবৃন্দ এখানে ছিলেন, এবং সুশীল সমাজ এবং এখানে ডক্টর আসিফ নজরুল উনি নিজেও ছিলেন এখানে, এবং উনি আমার সামনেই উনি সমস্ত ছাত্রদেরকে একটা সুন্দর বার্তাও দিয়েছেন, এবং আমি আশা করি যে ছাত্ররা সেই বার্তা শুনে ওরা কথা ওনাকে সবাই শ্রদ্ধা করে, ছাত্ররা শ্রদ্ধা করে, ওনার এই বার্তা শুনে তারা এই পরিস্থিতি নিয়ন্ত্রণে নিয়ে চলে আসবে এবং আমরা একটা সুন্দর একটা পরিস্থিতির দিকে
I hope that the situation improves and that we have a beautiful future.
এখানে আওয়ামী লীগের কেউ ছিল না, না আওয়ামী লীগের কেউ ছিল না।
Nobody from the Awami League was present in this meeting.
আমাদের এই সময় নাই, এটা একটা বিশেষ একটা পরিস্থিতি।
This is a particular situation that we're dealing with now.
সেনাবাহিনী শান্তি শৃঙ্খলা বজায় রাখার কাজ চালিয়ে যাবে।
The armed forces will continue to ensure that there is peace.
সবার দায়িত্ব, ছাত্রদের দায়িত্ব, রাজনৈতিক নেতৃবৃন্দ এবং রাজনৈতিক কর্মীদের দায়িত্ব হচ্ছে সেনাবাহিনীকে সাহায্য করা।
It is the responsibility of students and others to help the armed forces maintain peace.
এই যে একটু আমাদের সাহায্য করেন,
Please help us.
সুতরাং আমরা তাহলে এই পরিস্থিতি নিয়ন্ত্রণ সহজেই নিয়ে আসতে পারব।
We will be able to bring the situation under control quite easily if you are willing to help us.
জিনিসটা শান্ত হয়ে যায় তাহলে আর কারফিউর কোনো প্রয়োজন নাই।
There will be no need for a curfew if things get peaceful.
কোনো কারফিউর প্রয়োজন নাই, কোনো গোলাগুলির প্রয়োজন নাই। আমি আদেশ দিয়ে দিয়েছি সেনাবাহিনী কোনো গোলাগুলি করবে না।
I have given an order that there will be no firing done by the armed forces.
আমি আশা করছি যে আমার এই বক্তব্যের পরে পরিস্থিতি উন্নতি হবে।
I am hopeful that after the statements I made today, the situation will improve. That it will improve immediately after these remarks which I am now making.
আমরা এটা না, আমি আজকে রাতের মধ্যে একটা আমরা সলিউশনে যাওয়ার চেষ্টা করব।
We will find a solution by this evening as a result of our meetings.
আমরা এখনো এটা টু আর্লি, আমরা যাচ্ছি যে আমরা কথা বলবো মহামান্য রাষ্ট্রপতির সাথে, আমরা একটা সুন্দর সলিউশনে আমরা পৌঁছাবো। পরিস্থিতি ছিল খুব কম, সময় খুব কম ছিল। আমি যাদেরকে পেয়েছি অনেককেই আমি বলেছি, সবাই হতেন, বাট প্রধান রাজনৈতিক দলের সমস্ত নেতৃস্থানীয় নেতৃবৃন্দ তাদের সাথে আমি কথা বলেছি এবং ওনারা সবাই আমাদের এই প্রস্তাবে, এই যে আমরা যে আলোচনা করছি, সবাই এটাতে রাজি হয়েছেন। এখানে মমিনুল হক সাহেব ছিলেন, এখানে জামাতের আমির ছিলেন, জুনায়েদ সাকি উনি ছিলেন, তারপরে ডক্টর আসিফ নজরুল ছিলেন। আমরা সবাই মিলে এবং সবাই আমরা এটাতে একমত পোষণ করেছি। এখন ছাত্রদের কাজ হচ্ছে যে
the work of students now
এবং আমাদেরকে সাহায্য করা
is to help us.
আমি তো বলছি এতক্ষণ আমার এই বক্তব্যের ছাত্রদের প্রতিনিধি বলতে আমি এখন ওনাদের কাউকে পাইনি। আমি ডক্টর আসিফ নজরুল
I haven't yet found a representative of the students for talks to begin.
এবং উনিও একটা সুন্দর একটা ভিডিও মেসেজ উনি দিয়েছেন ছাত্রদের জন্য। আমি
ভিডিও মেসেজ has been left for students.
ভিডিও মেসেজটাও কাজে ইয়াদ হবে, কাজ দিবে। এইভাবে আমরা কাজ করে দেব। সবাই ভালো থাকেন, সবাই ভালো থাকেন, সবাইকে ধন্যবাদ।
Everybody stay safe, stay well.
করতে থাকবেন, আমাকে দেরি করাবেন।
Thank you very much. Don't delay me.
It's too early.
It's too early.
আমরা কাজ করছি, আমাদের একটু কাজ করতে দেন।
We are working. Let us work.
আমরা একটা সলিউশনের মধ্যে আমরা যাব ইনশাআল্লাহ।
We are going to find a solution as soon as
যারা
possible.
আন্দোলনরত যারা ছাত্ররা আছেন, আন্দোলনরত যত লোকজন আছেন, দয়া করে ঘরে ফিরে যান।
Whoever is out, please go back home.
আল্লাহ আমাদের মঙ্গল করুক। আল্লাহ হাফেজ।
All right, so I've got my colleagues Vishal and Disha who joined me at this stage, also Saurabh Gupta, Vasudha Venugopal. In fact, Vasudha, let me come to you first. There are two versions over here. One is that Sheikh Hasina has landed in Agartala, and there is another one that she is on her way, that she's continuing to fly over India right now, possibly headed to Delhi, because we are tracking a Bangladesh Air Force C-130 Hercules aircraft right now. What are you getting, Vasudha?
Well, Vishnu, I'm right outside the Bangladesh High Commission, and let me tell you that there is quite a bit of uneasy quiet here, and a lot of staff members actually have, black sort of flags and badges on their shirts, and we tried to speak to a few of them, and of course, they declined to talk. I also reached out to Mustafizur Rahman, who is the High Commissioner here, and his office has basically said that he is busy in a lot of meetings, so he'll not be available to talk. But clearly, the security has also been beefed up here by the security by Delhi police. And I was also in Parliament a short while ago, and we tried to get in touch with some of the MEA officials. There is a certain sense of uneasy calm because India will also have to rework a lot of its foreign policy calculations, because Sheikh Hasina has been a great friend of India, and also the situation that turned out in Bangladesh, considering from July 1st these protests have been going on, and this is all to do with quota protests, because a court there basically gave this judgment that 30% reservation will be brought in for family members of freedom fighters, and that really set the ball rolling for all these protests. And clearly there has been a sense of unease, and we have seen this situation play out in Sri Lanka, we have seen this situation play out in Afghanistan, Myanmar, and now Sri Lanka. So clearly there is a certain sense of worry amongst foreign officials, foreign ministry officials in India, but of course they're looking at it with a lot of caution. India has already sent out an advisory cautioning Indians against any sort of travel in Bangladesh. But other than that, the situation outside Bangladesh High Commission is of uneasy calm. Their security is getting beefed up. There is certain activity happening. There are many meetings happening here, but also many staff members having these flags and little badges of black showing their protest to the protests that have happened there.
All right, let me go across to Disha as well. Disha, what can you share with us at this stage? So we don't have the line with Disha. Let me go across to Saurabh Gupta. Saurabh, let me come to you right now. Saurabh, what are the details that you're picking up at this stage?
Well, Vishnu, I think the images speak for themselves, and the image of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, the father of the nation, who fought for Bangladesh's independence and creation of Bangladesh, and from West Pakistan to East Pakistan becoming finally Bangladesh. That man's statue being vandalized is something that is there, for history books, because this is something that really many who've studied Bangladesh politics will tell you where it comes from. We all know where it comes from, because that, of course, kind of politics is something that perhaps many believed in Bangladesh that had, was in the past with Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. Now, like Vasudha was saying, what does this mean for India? And more specifically, because I report from West Bengal also, there is also the fact that, what, for example, Leader of Opposition Shubhendu Adhikari said a few days ago, that the protests in Bangladesh have led to worries, because any impact that is felt in the region will be felt here as well. And this has been what history has taught us. So obviously, now, of course, where is Sheikh Hasina? Well, there are two answers. One is, of course, probably very closely connected to that aeroplane that we're tracking, the Bangladesh Air Force C-130J, which, of course, is now flying over India somewhere in Uttar Pradesh at this point. And that flight path also, like you said, is very interesting. Flew very low over Kolkata, but, of course, continued its flight, into over rest of India. So where is that plane headed is the big question. Who are the passenger? The passenger manifest on that plane is huge, of huge significance. So that's one thing. And now, of course, what next for Bangladesh? Because like Vasudha was saying, there are multiple things that are going to happen. One is, of course, the interim government, the restoration of law and order, becoming a functional sort of city and a functional country, because these protests have really dismantled a lot of stuff. Newly built metro stations, newly built, all kinds of government facilities have been attacked in these, protests. So another thing that we were noting in this conflict or these set of protests is that how the goalpost shifted from being anti-quota to anti-Sheikh Hasina. Now, like Vasudha was saying, Sheikh Hasina has been a great friend of India, and between Prime Minister Modi and between Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, there have been a lot of good things that have been achieved in this bilateral relationship, recalibration of that. All of these things are, of course, in the picture, but currently the focus is on what next for Bangladesh in the immediate future. The army chief has given a timeline. This evening, perhaps, we will know about an interim government. But more importantly, like you said, all eyes are on that Bangladesh Air Force aircraft that is currently flying over Indian airspace.
Absolutely. Let me go straight across to Disha, who also has been tracking various aspects of this. Disha, multiple leads, some leads suggesting that in fact she might be on her way to a European nation. Some suggest that she's in Agartala. Saurabh sharing detail with us of that Hercules aircraft which is now winging its way across UP. So we don't know where Sheikh Hasina is, but other than that, what else are you picking up?
So looking at the domestic situation in Bangladesh right now, we're still seeing a lot of violence and a lot of protesters out on the streets. We know that a lot of protesters actually entered the Prime Minister's residence in Bangladesh after Sheikh Hasina left the residence and was in a helicopter. We're seeing these visuals of protesters, on the streets, vandalizing things. But there's now with the army chief's address, we are expecting that things could, in a sense, calm down, because the army chief did mention that he held a meeting which had positive talks with the student leaders as well as other political leaders. However, Awami League leaders weren't present at this meeting, but in a sense, in the next couple of hours will be crucial to see how the situation in Bangladesh progresses, whether a sense of calm resumes in Bangladesh or not. He did mention that he has instructed the army forces as well as the police forces that not to fire at protesters, but we still have to see how the situation will progress. We do know that Bangladesh does in fact have a history of coups. In its history, there have been almost over 20 coups in Bangladesh history. So this is not the first time that this has happened in this country. But now it's crucial to see, because the army chief has said that he was going to form along with the army, an interim government in the country, and their main aim is to bring peace in the country and look at the requests and the demands of the student protesters and, in a sense, try to fulfill these demands. But as my colleague Saurabh also mentioned, the dynamic of the student movement shifted quite quickly from an anti-quota movement to anti-Sheikh Hasina movement in the last couple of weeks. In July, when the movement first stemmed from a student protest movement, it was relatively peaceful, but as things progressed with Sheikh Hasina's also strong language a couple of days back saying that the current protest is actually not by students but actually by criminals or by terrorists who want to ruin the country.
All right, Disha, hold on for half a second. I'm also joined by Ambassador Anil Trugunayat, the former ambassador of India. Thanks so very much for being with us. Ambassador Trugunayat, before I come back to you, I just want to take a look at this one image that I've got on my screen. This is of a Bangladesh Air Force C-130 Hercules. This is on flight radar 24. Let's zoom into this image, please, because this is an aircraft which took off presumably from Kurbitola Air Base, that's near Dhaka, and it is presently, after flying right over Kolkata, it is now flying south of Patna and flying between Patna and Lucknow. This is a transport aircraft, a C-130J. It bears the call sign Ajax 1431. And is it headed to New Delhi or is it headed anywhere else? It is curious that exactly in the middle of all of this taking place, you would have a Bangladesh Air Force Hercules aircraft which is actually flying over India. So a couple of different accounts which are taking place. I mean, is this the aircraft which is evacuating Sheikh Hasina is the question that we actually want to look at. But let me go straight across to Ambassador Trigunayat. We'll talk about Bangladesh in a moment, but let's talk about Sheikh Hasina as well. She's had a great equation with this government. India, Bangladesh's closest neighbor, physically and otherwise as well. What are the choices for New Delhi right now as we see that aircraft flying overhead, presumably with her on board?
Well, I think that if we were to look at it as a friend, then she might be welcome here to come and stay. But it will have its own repercussions as we go forward. Then there could be at the grassroots level there could be some problem, and this could convey some wrong messaging. So at the same time, I think that till she has landed here, we can't really speculate much. Or if she is allowed to stay here, we have done so in several cases, as you know, in Afghanistan and some others who have come and stayed in India. They are friends of India. But more importantly, Bangladesh is a friend of India. So irrespective of the fact that whichever government is in power, whoever is in power, we want the stability and security of Bangladesh to be restored at the earliest. And India has always stood by it. And now if you were to see India's track record in the recent times only, whether it is Sri Lanka, whether it is Nepal, whether it is Maldives, the most of the countries that have started off with little anti-India campaign eventually were salvaged by it, and they have understood the worth of India's assistance and the good intent of within the compass of the neighborhood first policy. So I think that this is what the people of Bangladesh will see. Right now, there is a moment in which there is a lot of turmoil that is taking place, and how do we go through this turbulence, whether there will be interim government and subsequently elections, because even it is not going to be that easy for an army if it wishes to continue longer.
All right. Thanks, Ambassador Trigunayat. We'll come back to you in just a little while from now, but just hang on for one more moment, sir. I want you to talk a little bit about the image which we saw on the right-hand side of our screen, the image of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, not the image, the statue, being defiled by protesters over there. It's almost unbelievable because he is the father of Sheikh Hasina, but the hero of Bangladesh, the first Prime Minister. What are your thoughts as you see this image?
It is very, very sad that what is happening, that some people are doing it. It also shows that how much anger is there at the grassroots against the Awami League and the Sheikh Hasina family. But this is really a very sad moment, I think so. And I think this will divide the country more than address the issues.
Yeah. All right, so thanks very much for being with us. Just a quick summary of what exactly it is that we are tracking right now. A political crisis in Bangladesh. Sheikh Hasina, the Prime Minister of Bangladesh, has fled. Protesters have entered her residence. They've been pilfering, looting, moving away. The army has held a press conference, the army chief. An interim government is being formed. The army has appealed to people to go home. The army chief has promised people they will not open fire on the protesters. But there are lakhs of people out there. Will they listen? Because it is chaos, anarchy, mayhem in the streets of the Bangladeshi capital right now. Lakhs of people, some numbers suggest up to 10 lakh people may in fact be out there. The interim government being formed, it's a process. The first round of talks between political leaders has taken place. More talks are now taking place and will throughout the evening. That's the basic information we have as far as Sheikh Hasina. She was fled. She has fled. She was moved away in a helicopter that you see on the left-hand side of your screen. She seems to have boarded a Hercules transport aircraft from Kurbitola Air Base, that's near Dhaka, and that aircraft is now flying over the Indian subcontinent between Patna and Lucknow right now. Is it going to land in Delhi or not? That's something that we need to find out very, very soon.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
NDTV
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत performance आई सारे दी ते बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world.
Welcome back. It's all over for Sheikh Hasina as far as being Prime Minister of Bangladesh is concerned. She has now exited Bangladesh. She is fleeing after protesters moved into a house, ransacked that house. There have been lakhs of protesters out in Bangladesh after hundreds of people have lost their lives in the violence that we've seen. Statues of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, her father, the father of Bangladesh, are being defiled as well. At this stage, Sheikh Hasina is on board this aircraft. You can see that on your screen. Which is a C-130J Hercules transport of the Bangladesh Air Force that is now flying between Lucknow and between Patna and Lucknow. It flew right over Kolkata, didn't land over there. And as we understand it now, some preliminary reports suggest that it's going to be landing at Delhi airport at about 5 o'clock or so. Whether she stays on in Delhi or she moves out elsewhere. Remember, she has a niece in London, so that's one possibility which is being looked at. But let's just cut across to this image right now that you see on your screen. This is from Flight Radar 24. And that's the aircraft. It bears the call sign Ajax 1431. This is the aircraft that Sheikh Hasina, the former Prime Minister of Bangladesh, is on. So the question, therefore, is where does she land? It is quite clear now, some reports suggesting that she's going to be landing in Delhi. Whether she boards another aircraft or this aircraft continues to fly her out of the country after refueling is something that we will need to see. Whether she's going to be in India for a while, again, that's something we're going to need to see. The External Affairs Ministry at this juncture not really replying to these developments, but they will shortly, I'm sure. But what's the situation in Bangladesh? Because, as far as Sheikh Hasina is concerned, it's just a matter of interest at this juncture. Her house was ransacked. The army chief came on record. An interim government is being formed. The process of forming that interim government is continuing on the basis of talks which are taking place even now. Those talks will continue right through to the evening. The army chief appealing to protesters, of whom lakhs are out on the streets of Dhaka, the Bangladeshi capital, to return home. Please cooperate with the army. The army is ordered not to open fire on them. We've got our correspondents out tracking every aspect of the story. My colleague Vasudha Venugopal, Disha with us as well, and Vishal tracking all of this, and also Mohammad Ghazali with us. Ghazali, let me come across to you first. What are you hearing? Has India's External Affairs Ministry responded at all to Sheikh Hasina, whose aircraft appears to be headed to Delhi?
See, as of now, there has been no statement from the External Affairs Ministry, but they're keeping a close watch on it, because we know that when these protests started happening, the External Affairs Ministry was getting inputs that certain anti-India elements were also involved in these protests. But now, since Sheikh Hasina has moved out of Bangladesh, an interim government formation process is still on. The army has taken over, but the negotiations with different political parties are going on. The violence has not stepped down even now in Bangladesh. In the Dhaka, in the capital city, the protesters are still out on the street. They stormed through her official residence. They are still out there. The army is not using any force to quell these protesters. Meanwhile, what we are picking up right now, that there is a very likelihood that after arriving in India, in Delhi, Sheikh Hasina may fly out to UK, where one of her cousins is also a parliamentarian. So this is what we are being told right now, but External Affairs Ministry is keeping a close watch on the developments there, but no official statement so far, or whether she will be received officially there or not, and what time she'll be landing there is still uncertain.
All right, let's go across to Vasudha Venugopal. Vasudha, what are your government sources telling you at this stage?
Well, Vishnu, I'm right outside the Bangladesh High Commission, and let me tell you that there is a sense of uneasy calm here, and we don't know where Sheikh Hasina would be landing. Some people say that she could be landing in Delhi and then, of course, proceeding to London. But let me also tell you that there are staff members inside this complex who are also wearing these black badges of protest. So clearly saying that, whatever is happening in Bangladesh, of course, will have consequences not just in India, but the entire neighborhood. Remember, Sheikh Hasina has been a trusted friend of India, and this whole 10 years has been seen as a Shonali Adhyay, the golden period of diplomacy, because both Narendra Modi and Sheikh Hasina have had a very trusted friendship, and Sheikh Hasina has also sort of, dealt with, addressed India's concerns regarding Islamic terror extremism, and, but other than that, there have also been concerns with regard to how democratic the elections were. Remember, she came to power for the 4th term, and, she's been in power in Bangladesh since 2009, and she was in Delhi just a few days ago for her bilateral meeting, and also for the swearing in of Narendra Modi for the 3rd time. So clearly, many policy changes will have to be made with regard to the foreign policy strategy of India. But as regard to, now the Bangladesh High Commission is sort of, there are many media people here, and of course, the security has been beefed up. You can see Delhi police on that side as well. And of course, I also reached out to Mustafizur Rahman, who is the High Commissioner there, and his office has said that, he is continuously in a spate of meetings, so he'll not be able to meet media people today. So there is a sense of uneasy calm, and of course we are waiting for some more updates as to where Sheikh Hasina could be actually headed, if she's actually coming to Delhi, and where she could be staying, if that actually is the truth.
So, she's got a niece in the United Kingdom, Vasudha, so that's one possibility. Again, we don't know very much at this juncture. Disha, what are you picking up?
the domestic situation in Bangladesh, as my colleague Ghazali also mentioned, there is still a lot of turmoil and violence on the streets. We're seeing that the protesters, lakhs and lakhs of protesters, are still out on the streets. We're also getting visuals on social media and other local media of the protesters inside Sheikh Hasina, the Prime Minister's official residence, and they are, ransacking the residence in a sense, and they're posing for pictures with the different the interiors of the residence. But we're still seeing a lot of sloganeering and a lot of protesters out on the streets calling for their demands to be fulfilled. Now that the army chief has spoken and said that they're forming an interim government and have spoken to the leaders of the different protesting groups, it's now a time to wait and watch and see how the situation in Bangladesh is going to progress. If we're going to see, in a sense, things calming down, the a curfew is still ongoing in Bangladesh, but the army chief has said that if things calm down, the curfew will be removed. They have also the army chief also mentioned that he has instructed the armed forces as well as the police not to fire at protesters, and he said that if the protesters cooperate with him and the army, things can calm down in Dhaka. But as far as the latest is being seen, the internet is still shut down, but certain regions of Bangladesh internet has been restored, but still a lot of turmoil, and this is now a developing situation. Sheikh Hasina, as you mentioned, has left the country, but it's still unclear as to where she is headed. But in terms of her, tenure in Bangladesh, she has been in power in Bangladesh since 2009. She actually won a fourth term in Bangladesh in January this year. And again, that election was also deemed as unfair by many groups, because the opposition parties actually refused to participate in that election. So this is a historic day in the sense that her, over almost 15-year rule in Bangladesh is in a sense coming to an end now that she has resigned and left the country. It is still unclear as to where she's landing.
Well, some reports suggest that she might be landing over here, Disha, in Delhi at about 5 o'clock. We're tracking that aircraft. It's the C-130 transport of the Bangladesh Air Force, now winging its way across North India over Uttar Pradesh at this juncture. All right, let's go across to Saurabh Gupta, who's been looking at the situation now. Saurabh, Sheikh Hasina at this juncture, frankly, is a matter of interest. The real story is what's happening in Bangladesh, the violence, about 100 people just yesterday losing their lives, upwards of 300, 400 people since the month of July. The army chief has made an appeal to people saying, please go home, stop the violence, we are not going to fire on you. Are we getting any indicators that people are now slowly starting to disperse?
Well, the latest images that we've seen are Ganabhavan being breached, the gates of Ganabhavan being breached, and of course, protesters who breached the Ganabhavan, enjoying a meal inside the Prime Minister's official residence. Also, lots of pictures now coming in from Dhaka, but whether we can safely say that the worst is over is something that would be too premature. So obviously at this point, till the time there is some sort of a system, government in place, at least an interim government, it is difficult to say what the situation is going to be. Now, the army chief's appeal, many believe, will have an impact. Now, one of the reasons why what we were being given to understand is earlier that the army had advised Sheikh Hasina to leave the Ganabhavan premises, anticipating this kind of a situation. And what we've also been given to understand is Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina resigned on the advice of the army, and therefore the army, of course, is trying to now quell the situation, quell the protests by also ensuring that there is some sort of rapprochement by issuing no firing orders. That is something that we've seen play out in the streets of Dhaka and the rest of the country in Bangladesh over the last few days, and many had believed that there was peace and calm returning slowly, but on Sunday that violence really spiked, and the number of deaths we know are in very well above 100, and places like Sirajganj, places like Rangpur, bearing the brunt of that violence. In fact, one of the other concerns that many are raising, and this is whether whether it's the Chief Minister of West Bengal who's commented on it, or whether now it's the leader of opposition in West Bengal, Shubhendu Adhikari, who commented on it today, that the situation unfolding in Bangladesh is a cause of worry, not just for India, but also for West Bengal specifically, given the fact that we share, the largest border perhaps with, Bangladesh as far as the country is concerned. And the possibility of, people coming in from there in this situation also cannot be ruled out completely. That's what the leader of opposition in West Bengal, BJP leader Shubhendu Adhikari, said. Earlier, Mamata Banerjee had also talked about, shelter, quoting that UN, protocol. So obviously, these are conversations that have been had, although there is, of course, a lot of, political developments that are taking place quick and fast in Bangladesh. There is also the setting up of a, new interim government. In fact, the army chief at that press conference was hurriedly walking out, and when press reporters were asking him a few more questions, you heard him say that the more questions you ask, the more you delay me, clearly indicating that the pressing matter at hand for him was setting up an interim government in Bangladesh after Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina's resignation. Now, of course, the next question then is, where is Sheikh Hasina? Now, like we've been reporting, Vishnu, that Bangladesh Air Force C-130 Hercules, of course, is something, that plane that we've all been tracking is something that's of great interest now. What is a Bangladesh Air Force plane doing in Indian airspace? Who is it carrying? What are the names on the passenger manifest? Those are things that, of course, are of also great interest at this point for anyone who's watching the situation in Bangladesh. India has already issued, an advisory for Indian citizens in Bangladesh. But larger problem, of course, is, a lot of evacuations we know had taken place over the last few days since these protests broke out. India not only evacuated Indian citizens, but also students from Bhutan and Nepal were evacuated. The Maitri Express from Kolkata, the Mitali Express to Dhaka have all been, temporarily halted. So a lot of developments have been taking place, but currently the focus is on what next for Bangladesh, who's going to be leading that interim government, and second, of course, is what next for Sheikh Hasina. Where is she? Is the most important question.
So, Saurabh, where is she? I can tell you she's a few minutes flying time from Lucknow at this juncture, but I presume the aircraft would fly right over Lucknow and perhaps wing its way to New Delhi, because she seems to be headed to New Delhi at this juncture. Saurabh, is there anything else that we should focus on now? Because I think the biggest concern is the law and order situation in Bangladesh. It's all one thing for the army chief to say, please go back home. But if there is a mob mentality which breaks in, we are seeing these incredible, these tragic pictures of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman's bust statue being destroyed. The larger question therefore is that has enough been done to restore law and order?
Absolutely mind-boggling images. Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, Bangabandhu as we refer to him, in fact, someone who is credited with fighting against Pakistan and creating the independent country of Bangladesh, is now, of course, his statue is being vandalized in the country. Those shocking images of Ganobhavan's gates being breached, and then, of course, people, vandalizing Ganobhavan, the official residence of the Prime Minister. These are very, very shocking images from Bangladesh. And yes, the army chief has said no firing orders have been issued. But the images on the streets of Bangladesh are still that of a mob on the streets. Calm and peace and tranquility are not words that you would describe, you would use to describe the situation in Bangladesh currently. But that's the hope that the interim government will have also by the time it's set up this evening, is what we're being told. And also, remember, there is, whatever happens in Bangladesh, the fact is that also West Bengal being very close to Bangladesh geographically, always is, there is a concern. And that is, of course, something that we've seen the leader of opposition in West Bengal, Shubhendu Adhikari, also voice given what we've seen on the streets of Bangladesh. For example, yesterday in Rangpur, a man was killed. He was, of course, from the Awami League, but his Hindu identity is something that has been widely reported. So all of these questions are on the minds of those who are watching Bangladesh, and of course, at this point, it's a very, very tricky situation, very, very volatile situation. Like I said, peace, calm are not words that one would use to describe the situation or anything close to what is going on in Bangladesh at this point, but closely watching that Bangladesh Air Force aircraft, and of course, presuming that, perhaps very important persons could be on that aircraft. And where is Sheikh Hasina is the primary question.
All right, Saurabh, we'll keep coming back to you.
And then perhaps the larger question is what next for India?
Absolutely, and we'll track that. Some reports suggesting that it would be about 5 o'clock by the time she lands in Delhi. If indeed she's headed here, she appears to be headed here, at least that Bangladesh Air Force aircraft headed right to Delhi. So we'll have to wait and see, maybe a little bit more than that. Well, we're going to take a short break at this stage, come back with the very latest.
Hello, Moto.
No, but it's not a coup.
Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Intense violence in Bangladesh. Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina has fled. She's likely to land in Delhi. The army in charge presently, but an interim government is being formed. The army chief has addressed the nation as an appeal for peace. He says that murderers will be probed. The army chief assures the nation. An angry mob storms into the residence of the Bangladesh Prime Minister. Protesters vandalize Mujibur Rahman statue. Bangabandhu was the first Prime Minister of Bangladesh. Where is Sheikh Hasina headed in all of this? There is an aircraft which is a Bangladesh Air Force transport expected to land in Delhi, possibly having her on board. But will she be headed to London? That's what one suggestion says.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
वो performance आई सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. बनेगा स्वस्थ इंडिया, One World Hygiene.
Welcome back. The big story that we are tracking at this stage, the collapse of the Bangladesh government. Sheikh Hasina has escaped the country, likely to land in Delhi anytime now. Protesters stormed into her residence, broke open the gates, took away furniture. Lakhs of people out on the streets of Dhaka. Student protests completely out of control. The army is in charge. There's an interim government which is being formed. The army chief has asked people to go back home. Will they? That's the big question. What are these protests all about, which prompted Sheikh Hasina to exit her country? They were about a quota for jobs in the government for relatives of those who were freedom fighters at a time when there is a high unemployment, or relatively high unemployment in Bangladesh. Students said absolutely no, that quota completely unexpected. There was a rollback of that quota, but it wasn't enough. The protests continued. Hundreds have lost their lives. Let's go across to Ghazali, who's been tracking all the developments, along with Disha Bakchi. Ghazali, what are you hearing?
See, the army is also negotiating with Bangladesh Nationalist Party for an interim government. Probable names are out. Professor Samiullah is one who may be heading the government, but this is still preliminary because the government formation is still in process. And before that, the army chief is negotiating with all the probable parties who were anti-Sheikh Hasina camp, because all this while these protests were being backed by BNP, backed by Jamaat Islami, and very significant from here on. What kind of shape and direction Bangladesh's politics will take will be decided, that which party will be in majority there, which party will be given the charge to run the government by the army. Right now, Bangladesh Nationalist Party is heading there, is sort of running in the lead right now, is in the discussion with the army chief. And in a very short while from now, perhaps after the discussion is over, the army chief may be announcing that who will be taking charge for the interim government in Bangladesh.
All right, Disha, what are you getting? What is the latest that you're picking up?
So the latest that we are picking up is that internet services are still shut down in Bangladesh. Lakhs of people are still on the streets. Lot of turmoil, lot of vandalizing still on the streets. We're seeing that protesters are continuing to be in the Prime Minister's residence, and they have not yet exited the residence and still kind of in the residence and causing a lot of turmoil and ransacking of the residence in a sense. But otherwise, after it's been almost an hour or more since the army chief's address, but the people are still out on the streets, still sloganeering. And now, as my colleague Ghazali mentioned, there are talks of the government formation, the interim government formation, but we are still seeing a lot of people out on the streets, and there is no sense of calm yet in the country. In Bangladesh, as you can see, the visuals on the screen show the protesters inside the Prime Minister's official residence and sort of posing for pictures and things like that. And we're seeing that the situation in Bangladesh continues to be very dynamic. Within minutes now, reports are saying that, and sources are saying that the Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, or the former Prime Minister who's now resigned, will land in Delhi. It is yet to be understood where she's headed next from Delhi, or whether she will remain in Delhi.
All right, well, we're going to wrap this up before my colleague Gauri comes in, but just a quick reminder of the big story that we've been tracking for the last couple of hours. Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina of Bangladesh is no longer Prime Minister of that country. She has exited Bangladesh. She's fled her country. She's on board a Hercules transport aircraft of the Bangladesh Air Force, expected to land in Delhi at any time. This is after thousands of protesters stormed into her residence. They fled with furniture, with cutlery, with anything and everything that they could find. The images that you see on the right-hand side of your screen, an effort to defile the statue of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, Sheikh Hasina's father. Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, the father of Bangladesh, one of the most revered figures in that country, but the anger now all pervasive. The army is in charge, an interim government is being formed. The process is starting out right now. There'll be more meetings, perhaps a further announcement this evening, but the message of the army chief in a press conference being telecast across Bangladesh to lakhs of protesters was this: go home, end the violence. We will ensure that if there is any illegality which has been committed permitted, we'll be looking into that. We'll take a short break. More coming up.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Novak Djokovic wins the Olympic gold.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत ही performance आई सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones.
Welcome you're watching our rolling coverage of the latest that's happening in Bangladesh. I'm Gauri Dwivedi, and those of our viewers tuning in right now, as things stand right now, the Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina has flown out of the country. There is flux right now over the next couple of hours, even as the army chief has asked for all protesters to go back to their houses. Let's take a look at the headlines coming in at this hour. Army coup in Bangladesh. Sheikh Hasina flies out of country. Sheikh Hasina has been ousted. She's flown out of the country amidst unprecedented protests. Army has taken over and announced an interim government to be formed, even as Army chief addressed the nation and called for peace amongst the protesters. Army mob storms into Bangladesh Prime Minister's residence. Protesters vandalize Mujibur Rahman's statue, Dhaka Palace, ransacked by protesters. Where is Sheikh Hasina headed? The flight radar suggests that the Bangladesh C-130J was spotted over Kolkata as the Sheikh Hasina is expected to land in Delhi anytime soon now. Aircraft carrying Sheikh Hasina has been in Indian airspace for 40 minutes. Bangladesh is on the boil right now. At least 98 people have been killed. In fact, hundreds have been injured, and that number could just be increasing because there is turmoil on the streets of Dhaka. Across Bangladesh, police used tear gas and rubber bullets to disperse tens of thousands who've been demanding the resignation of Prime Minister Hasina, and they've got it. Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina has resigned. She's now former Prime Minister of Bangladesh. She won a historic mandate earlier this year, in a mandate that was marred by a lot of opposition and in fact boycott by the main opposition party. But what happens next in Bangladesh? It's had a history of civil unrest. 100 people, as I said, have already been killed. Since 16th of July, Bangladesh has been on the boil over quota, and quota protests took over the entire country. The clashes broke out even as Supreme Court last week came in favor of the quota protesters, slashed the amount from 30% to just 5%, but that did little to address the nationwide protests that were spiraling out of hand. There's been an indefinite countrywide curfew that has been slashed, and mobile internet continues to be under very tight restrictions. But first up, listen in to what the army chief had to say when he asked and appealed for calm and asked all lakhs of protesters to go back to their houses, and said that there will be an interim government, even as the next few weeks could mean flux for Bangladesh. Listen in.
ক্রান্তিকাল চলছে। আমি সমস্ত রাজনৈতিক দলের নেতৃবৃন্দকে এখানে আমন্ত্রণ করেছিলাম। ওনারা এখানে এসেছেন। আমরা একটা সুন্দর আলোচনা করেছি। সেখানে আমরা সিদ্ধান্ত নিয়েছি যে একটা ইন্টারিম গভর্নমেন্ট আমরা ফর্ম করব এবং ইন্টারিম গভর্নমেন্টের মাধ্যমে এই দেশের সমস্ত কার্যকলাপ চলবে। আমরা এখন মহামান্য রাষ্ট্রপতির কাছে যাব, যে এই ইন্টারিম গভর্নমেন্ট ফর্মের ব্যাপারে ওনার সাথে আলাপ আলোচনা করে আমরা একটা ইন্টারিম গভর্নমেন্ট ফর্ম করে দেশ পরিচালনা করব। আমি আপনাদের কথা দিচ্ছি, সমস্ত হত্যা, সমস্ত অন্যায়ের বিচার আমরা করব। আপনারা সেনাবাহিনীর প্রতি আস্থা রাখেন, সশস্ত্র বাহিনীর প্রতি আস্থা রাখেন। আমি সমস্ত দায়িত্ব নিচ্ছি। আপনাদের জানমাল এবং আপনাদেরকে আমি কথা দিচ্ছি যে আপনারা আশাহত হবেন না। ইনশাআল্লাহ আপনাদের যত দাবি আছে সেই দাবিগুলো আমরা পূরণ করব এবং দেশে একটা শান্তি শৃঙ্খলা ফিরিয়ে নিয়ে আসব। আপনারা আমার সাথে সহযোগিতা করেন। দয়া করে আর এই ভাঙচুর, হত্যা, মারামারি, সংঘর্ষ এগুলো থেকে বিরত হন। আমি নিশ্চিত যে আপনারা যদি আমার কথা মতো চলেন, আমাদের সাথে যদি একসাথে যদি কাজ করি আমরা, নিঃসন্দেহে আমরা একটা সুন্দর পরিণতির দিকে আমরা অগ্রসর হতে পারব। আপনারা দয়া করে আমাকে সাহায্য করেন। মারামারি করে এই সংঘাতের মাধ্যমে আমরা আর কিছু অ্যাচিভ করতে পারবো না, আর কিছু আমরা পাবো না। সুতরাং দয়া করে আপনারা সমস্ত ধ্বংসযজ্ঞ, সমস্ত অরাজকতা, সমস্ত সংঘর্ষ থেকে বিরত হন এবং ইনশাআল্লাহ আমরা সবাই মিলে একটা সুন্দর ভবিষ্যতের দিকে আমরা অগ্রসর হব। প্রতিটা হত্যার বিচার করা হবে, প্রতিটা অন্যায়ের বিচার হবে। আমরা আজকে সুন্দরভাবে কথা বলেছি, সমস্ত দলের প্রধান দলের নেতারা এখানে উপস্থিত ছিলেন। আমি ওনাদের ইনভাইট করেছিলাম এখানে। ওনারা ভেরি নাইস অফ দেম যে ওনারা এসেছেন অ্যান্ড আমরা একটা সুন্দর আলোচনা করেছি এবং এই আলোচনাটা ফলপ্রসূ হবে বলে আমি মনে করছি এবং আমরা একটা সুন্দর একটা ইন্টারিম গভর্নমেন্ট ফর্ম করে আমরা দেশ পরিচালনা করব। মাননীয় প্রধানমন্ত্রী পদত্যাগ করেছেন এবং এখন একটা ইন্টারিম গভর্নমেন্ট ফর্ম করে আমরা আমাদের কার্যক্রম পরিচালনা করব। আপনারা একটু ধৈর্য ধরেন, আমাদের কিছু সময় দেন, ইনশাআল্লাহ আমরা সবাই মিলে সমস্ত সমস্যার সমাধান করতে সক্ষম হব। আপনারা আর এই সংঘাতের পথে যাবেন না এবং শান্তি শৃঙ্খলার পথে ফেরত চলে আসেন। আমাদের দেশের অনেক ক্ষতি হচ্ছে, অর্থ সম্পদের ক্ষতি হচ্ছে, জানের লোকজন মারা যাচ্ছে। তো এগুলো থেকে আপনারা বিরত হন এবং আমাদের সাহায্য করেন। আমি সমস্ত দায়িত্ব নিচ্ছি, আপনারা আমাকে সাহায্য করেন। সবাইকে ধন্যবাদ। আল্লাহ হাফেজ।
দর্শক আপনারা নিশ্চয়ই সেই কাঙ্ক্ষিত ভাষণ দেখেছেন। সেনাপ্রধান আরো কিছু বলার চেষ্টা করছেন, আমরা আবারও শুনি।
এটা খুব আর্লি স্টেজ। আমরা যাব মহামান্য রাষ্ট্রপতির সাথে যে আলাপ আলোচনার মাধ্যমে এটা আমরা করব। আজকে এখানে জামাতের আমির ছিলেন, আমাদের বিএনপির শীর্ষস্থানীয় নেতৃবৃন্দ এখানে ছিলেন, জাতীয় পার্টির নেতৃস্থানীয় নেতৃবৃন্দ এখানে ছিলেন এবং সুশীল সমাজ এবং এখানে ডক্টর আসিফ নজরুল উনি নিজেও ছিলেন এখানে এবং উনি আমার সামনেই উনি সমস্ত ছাত্রদেরকে একটা সুন্দর বার্তাও দিয়েছেন এবং আমি আশা করি যে ছাত্ররা সেই বার্তা শুনে ওনাকে সবাই শ্রদ্ধা করে, ছাত্ররা শ্রদ্ধা করে, ওনার এই বার্তা শুনে তারা এই পরিস্থিতি নিয়ন্ত্রণে নিয়ে চলে আসবে এবং আমরা একটা সুন্দর একটা পরিস্থিতির দিকে আমরা এগিয়ে যাব ইনশাআল্লাহ। এখানে আওয়ামী লীগের কেউ ছিল না, আওয়ামী লীগের কেউ ছিল না। হ্যাঁ, আজকে বিকজ আমাদের এই সময় নাই, এটা একটা বিশেষ একটা পরিস্থিতি। আমরা আজকে যে এই পরিস্থিতি এটা একটা আমরা একটা নিয়ন্ত্রণ নিয়ে আসবো। সেনাবাহিনী শান্তি শৃঙ্খলা বজায় রাখার কাজ চালিয়ে যাবে এবং আপনাদের সবার দায়িত্ব, ছাত্রদের দায়িত্ব, রাজনৈতিক নেতৃবৃন্দ এবং রাজনৈতিক কর্মীদের দায়িত্ব হচ্ছে সেনাবাহিনীকে সাহায্য করা এবং আপনারা মিডিয়ার মাধ্যমে আমাদেরকে এই যে একটু আমাদের সাহায্য করেন। সুতরাং আমরা তাহলে এই পরিস্থিতি নিয়ন্ত্রণ সহজেই নিয়ে আসতে পারব। না, যদি জিনিসটা শান্ত হয়ে যায় তাহলে আর কারফিউর কোনো প্রয়োজন নাই, কোনো জরুরি অবস্থার প্রয়োজন নাই, কোনো কারফিউর প্রয়োজন নাই, কোনো গোলাগুলির প্রয়োজন নাই। আমি আদেশ দিয়ে দিয়েছি সেনাবাহিনী কোনো গোলাগুলি করবে না, পুলিশ কোনো গোলাগুলি করবে না। আমি আশা করছি যে আমার এই বক্তব্যের পরে পরিস্থিতি উন্নতি হবে, আমরা একটা সুন্দর পরিবেশের দিকে যাচ্ছি। আমরা এটা না, আমি আজকে রাতের মধ্যে একটা আমরা সলিউশনে যাওয়ার চেষ্টা করবো, বাট আমাদের হয়তো 2-1 দিন সময় দিতে হবে। এটা আমরা এখনো এটা টু আর্লি। আমরা যাচ্ছি যে আমরা কথা বলবো মহামান্য রাষ্ট্রপতির সাথে, আমরা একটা সুন্দর সলিউশনে আমরা পৌঁছাবো। পরিস্থিতি ছিল খুব কম, সময় খুব কম ছিল। আমি যাদেরকে পেয়েছি অনেককেই আমি বলেছি, সবাই হতেন, বাট প্রধান রাজনৈতিক দলের সমস্ত নেতৃস্থানীয় নেতৃবৃন্দরা তাদের সাথে আমি কথা বলেছি এবং ওনারা সবাই আমাদের এই প্রস্তাবে, এই যে আমরা যে আলোচনা করছি, সবাই এটাতে রাজি হয়েছেন। এখানে মমিনুল হক সাহেব ছিলেন, এখানে জামাতের আমির ছিলেন, জুনায়েদ সাকি উনি ছিলেন, তারপরে ডক্টর আসিফ নজরুল ছিলেন। আমরা সবাই মিলে এবং সবাই আমরা এটাতে একমত পোষণ করেছি। এখন ছাত্রদের কাজ হচ্ছে যে শান্ত হওয়া এবং আমাদেরকে সাহায্য করা। আমি তো বলছি এতক্ষণ আমার এই বক্তব্যের ছাত্রদের প্রতিনিধি বলতে আমি এখন ওনাদের কাউকে পাইনি। আমি ডক্টর আসিফ নজরুলকে রিকোয়েস্ট করেছি, যেহেতু ওনাকে ছাত্ররা শ্রদ্ধা করেন এবং উনিও একটা সুন্দর একটা ভিডিও মেসেজ উনি দিয়েছেন ছাত্রদের জন্য। আমি আশা করব যে এই ভিডিও মেসেজটাও কাজে ইয়াদ হবে, কাজ দিবে। এইভাবে আমরা কাজ করে দেব। সবাই ভালো থাকেন, সবাই ভালো থাকেন, সবাইকে ধন্যবাদ। এখানে আপনারা যত প্রশ্ন করতে থাকবেন আমাকে দেরি করাবেন। ইট ইজ টু আর্লি, ইট ইজ টু আর্লি। আমরা কাজ করছি, আমাদের একটু কাজ করতে দেন, একটু সময় দেন। আমরা একটা সলিউশনের মধ্যে আমরা যাব ইনশাআল্লাহ। হ্যাঁ, আপনারা সবাই যারা আন্দোলনরত, যারা ছাত্ররা আছেন, আন্দোলনরত যত লোকজন আছেন, দয়া করে ঘরে ফিরে যান। সবাই ভালো থাকেন, আল্লাহ আমাদের মঙ্গল করুক। আল্লাহ হাফেজ।
Okay, that was Bangladesh Army Chief making a pitch, making an appeal for calm and for protesters to stop the violence, stop the vandalism. On your screen, some of them are the visuals that you see, some of them are deferred visuals, but you can see that on your screen, that vandalism and violence is what protesters have been resorting to, and we'll keep getting fresh visuals of that story. Even as Sheikh Hasina has fled, she is no more in the country, she is no more in Bangladesh, the army has taken over, there's an interim government that will be put in place, but when that happens remains to be seen. As of now, there is a constitutional crisis in Bangladesh because the president is expected to take over. There's no army coup. Let me just tell this to our viewers. There's no army coup. There's no effort by the army to take power forcibly, but it is now in charge till an interim government comes in. Okay, let's get in my colleagues to get all the angles to this developing story, which has huge implications for India. Even as, let's first get in Mohammad Ghazali, Vishal Vivek, as well as Vasudha Venugopal to tell us the different angles to this big story that we are tracking. But first up, Ghazali, let me ask you this, the immediate, before we come to the big picture in terms of the impact this has for India, the big picture, she's supposed to, Sheikh Hasina's fighter jet is supposed to land in India very shortly. What are the next steps? What are the kind of diplomatic protocol that she will be extended to? Whom could she meet? Most important, refueling stop before she goes further. What's it? Talk to us about the next immediate steps, given that she is going to be in Indian territory very shortly.
See, as far as the diplomatic processes is concerned, India is walking a very tight rope here because they don't want to be seen as somebody who is helping Sheikh Hasina while the situation is on the boil in Bangladesh. The BSF DG has rushed to Kolkata to ensure that the borders remain quite calm. And that is why what is expected when Sheikh Hasina lands here in Delhi, that perhaps for a short while she will stay for refueling. And what we are picking up is that she will be flying to London because she has got her niece who is a parliamentarian there. So it is very likely that her stay in India will not be longer than usual because many diplomatic experts or the old Bangladesh watchers are saying that India will have to tread very cautiously in a situation like this where an interim government is still not in place. The army chief has hinted of interim government formation, and they're also in touch with the academicians in Bangladesh. And one name which has come up in Bangladesh is Professor Salimullah, who is a professor of fine arts there, and he may be heading the government. But just to tell our viewers, the government is not in place right now. It's still under the army control. The interim government formation has not happened, and the army is still discussing with different political parties. So as far as our stay in India is concerned, even if it is going to be there, it will be very short, for very short duration. And as you mentioned, it may be just for the refueling before she departs for London.
Absolutely, it could be a quick refueling stop. But again, what is the kind of diplomatic protocol that India will extend to former Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina? Who could she be meeting at the airport? How long could this stay be? Could really give an indication of how India is viewing this entire crisis in Bangladesh. Stay with me, Ghazali. I'm also getting Vasudha, but before that, Vishal, let me ask you this, that in terms of the turmoil that is happening in Bangladesh right now, army chief's appeal for ensuring calm, for protesters to stop the vandalism is having absolutely no impact. The latest visuals that I was seeing, which we'll get for our viewers also in a short bit, is that the museum has also been set on fire by protesters.
That is correct. So this has been going on for at least 2 weeks now. Lakhs of protesters have been on the streets for more than 15 days now. So it would take some time to contain these emotions. They had been on a rampage for about 2 weeks. There had been repeated clashes between police and the protesters, which had resulted in deaths of at least 300 people over the last 15 to 20 days. It will take some time. It's been a couple of hours since the army chief addressed the media and asked the protesters to calm down, and extended a hand that they will form a government, an interim government that they will probably make with the BNP, which is the main opposition party in Bangladesh right now. So what this means for India is also one of the main questions, because in the past, when BNP had been in the power, it had been a tough ride for India as far as the anti-terror operations are concerned on the border of India and Bangladesh. India had faced a lot of troubles on the border due to BNP being in the power. And ever since BNP's ouster, Sheikh Hasina had stepped in and extended a friend's hand to India, and said that the government will support India in any ways possible to contain the terror operations across the border, and they had been successful in many ways. So that is the main key point for India, and how this new government, how it adapts, that remains to be seen. Whether the Islamic fundamentalism will come back,
absolutely,
that remains to be seen.
That's a concern, that's a fear, but I'm going to come to that in just a bit, because I want to first address the immediate. Vasudha, I'm going to come to you, but I want to address the latest visuals. Let's take them full frame. There you can see, that's the latest visuals coming in of the museum being set on fire by the protesters. As I said, the appeal for calm having zero impact on the protesters. Some reports suggested that over 4 lakh protesters were on the streets today in Dhaka, despite the fact that their number one demand, Sheikh Hasina has left Bangladesh. The country, though, remains on the boil because protesters refuse to go back, refuse to withdraw, even though their biggest demand has been met. Those are the latest visuals coming in of the museum being vandalized, in fact being burnt by protesters, even as the army continues to ask for the calm to prevail, for protesters to go back. In fact, earlier we had visuals of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, the father of Bangladesh. His statue was also vandalized. Okay, I'm going to come to Vasudha in just a bit, but I want to now get in the India angle. Ghazali, now this is very important and very significant for India from 2 aspects. One is the fact that who comes next, as to who will now take over, whose government could be formed, and who would be the interim prime minister, because remember, you can only be the prime minister if you're there in parliament. The primary opposition party, that was BNP, boycotted the elections completely. So there cannot be any representative from Khalida Zia's party. So who could take over in the interim before the elections are announced? Because this turmoil cannot go on for any time longer than absolutely necessary.
See, first, that India has lost its trusted aid in Bangladesh. We know that how Sheikh Hasina was here in the swearing ceremony, and she was one of the first international leaders to visit India or meet Prime Minister Modi after he took over for his 3rd term here. So one, that we have lost a trusted partner. Second, the bigger concern for India is that right now the region, our neighborhood, immediate neighborhood is in turmoil. There is instability, and all depends upon the army chief because he made those announcements. He facilitated a departure of Sheikh Hasina from Bangladesh while the entire country was on the boil. He ensured that she's safely leaving the country, departing the country with her sister. So all depends upon who he appoints as somebody to take charge for the new government. The third thing is that India will also be concerned that not any party which has even a remotest hint of being and having a history of anti-India sentiments or harnessing
Ghazali,
anti-India
I'm going to come
sentiments in the
back to that
past
aspect
should
because that requires greater discussion in terms of what happens if Khalida Zia or some of the other elements come to power. But I want to get in Vasudha first. She's standing outside Bangladesh High Commission. Vasudha, how India now deals with the present and immediate is very significant. How long Sheikh Hasina stays in Delhi, what is the kind of diplomatic protocol that is extended to her will be very significant and important. Talk to us, what are your sources telling you about this?
Well, Gauri, I'm coming to you from the Bangladesh High Commission, and the action here has really intensified in the last few hours. When I came here in the afternoon, there were hardly like a few policemen, but now if you look at the security here, it's been beefed up. There are barricades everywhere, and there are staff members inside this complex who are also wearing those black badges of protest, signaling that they also support what really happened in Bangladesh. And remember, what happened in Bangladesh was something that was sort of a deja vu, because we've seen something like this happening in Sri Lanka and of course in Afghanistan and Myanmar. So India's neighborhood has been in a state of unrest, and clearly, these protests in Sri Lanka started on July 1st, and we've seen that intensify over the last few days, with the army in some ways also supporting it, and India has been very concerned about it, considering Jamaat-e-Islami's youth wing has also been supporting the protests. So MEA has officially reacted to this in the past few days, saying that it is monitoring the situation. In fact, just yesterday, India released a very important stern advisory to citizens, signaling them, cautioning them, against any travel in Bangladesh, and making it very clear that they also need to be in touch with the Bangladesh High Commission there. So for India, Bangladesh is very critical because, it is also important, a pivotal country for its Look East policy, considering that India also wants to stall China's advance and influence in this particular region. And when it comes to Narendra Modi and Sheikh Hasina's relationship, Gauri, you know this better than anybody else. It has been like a Sonali Adhyay, like it's been a golden era of diplomacy for both countries, because be it bilateral relations, or for that matter trade, infrastructure, port connectivity, or for that matter even cultural relations, we've seen that grow in the last 10 years. But apart from that, there have also been concerns raised with the allegedly anti-democratic nature of the elections that took place in January, which also put Sheikh Hasina back in power for the fourth term. She's been at the helm of Bangladesh since 2009, but she has been a trusted ally of India. Khalida Zia, the opponent, has been extremely critical of Sheikh Hasina and Narendra Modi friendship. So clearly a lot of reworking of foreign ties will have to be done, which is what our MEA officials are sort of involved in. But as of now, we know that she has sort of left from Bangladesh, and she is somewhere, she's expected to go to an undisclosed location. It could be London, she could be actually coming to Delhi and going off to London, but there is no clarity, there is no official statement on what kind of diplomatic treatment that she could get from India, because this is one area where India would be extremely careful, and there would be a lot of thought put into this, and that is one thing that India would be very careful about. And remember that she has been to India for at least 10 times in the last 10 years, and she was here just on the 24th of June, and also for the swearing in of the Prime Minister for the third time. So there are many friendly ties at stake. At the same time, for India to put on that objective, neutral face to ensure that its own interest is at the helm of it will be very critical.
Absolutely. In fact, Vasudha, I was coming to just that, the personal camaraderie, the personal equation that Prime Minister Modi shares with Sheikh Hasina, it's only grown in the last decade or so. And in fact, India was one of the few countries that was rock solidly behind Sheikh Hasina's re-election earlier this year. Talk to us about how the dynamics now gets changed, and what is it that is now the thinking in the security establishment given these developments that are coming in.
Well, Gauri, as we know that Sheikh Hasina has been a trusted ally of, of India and also particularly of Narendra Modi, when it came to addressing India's concerns about, Islamic terrorism, Islamic extremism. She has been somebody who has addressed those concerns, and that has also been a point of contention between Sheikh Hasina and Khalida Zia. So clearly Sheikh Hasina and Narendra Modi have also started many projects between Bangladesh and India, strengthening the bilateral ties, and when it comes to port connectivity, infrastructure, this whole railway station in Agartala, and also Indo-Bangla movie making, the kind of shared heritage that we have with respect to Rabindranath Tagore or celebrating the legacy of Mujibur Rahman. All these things did happen in the last 10 years, which is why this friendship was considered, this whole age was considered Shali Adhyay, or the golden era of diplomacy between India and Bangladesh, because it did reach the peak of, diplomacy. But other than that, there have been concerns with regard to Sheikh Hasina's high-handedness, these whole allegations against her rigging these elections, and also most importantly the alleged high-handedness and also the anti-democratic nature of these polls that also saw her becoming the Prime Minister of Bangladesh for the fourth time, and the way she dealt with opponents. So India has been very careful about this. She was also one of the leaders who was invited for Narendra Modi's swearing in, and she was, amongst the first foreign foreign dignitaries to visit Prime Minister Narendra Modi when he took over for the third time. So clearly many, friendly ties up there. But at the same time, India has, under Jaishankar and under Dr. Jaishankar and under Narendra Modi, has always put its own interests first. It has actually devised a new Look East policy where it looks at its own interest and also in some ways stalling the influence of China in this region, which is why I think it will be very mindful about the changing dynamics in the country, and it will look for a strategy which will put the national interest at the helm of it.
Absolutely. Stay with us, Vasudha. I want to also now bring in Major General Gigi Dwivedi joining us live on the broadcast for the security implications of what's happening in Bangladesh. General Dwivedi, now this has huge security implications for India. The long border that we have with Bangladesh, it's been porous, it is porous. The fact that in the northeast in the past, especially when it was not Sheikh Hasina's tenure, there have been very heightened security risks. How do you see the present security challenges that emanate from the situation right now?
Well, Gauri, first and foremost, at the outset, it's very unfortunate as to what has taken place in Bangladesh from the political perspective. And I fought the Bangladesh war, and therefore I hold the interest of Bangladesh very dear. So coming to the specific point of Indian security, Bangladesh is very important for India from the security perspective, both from the external and internal security dimension. First, let's take the internal security, because when the government in Bangladesh, which was non-Awami League government, especially the Bangladesh and National Party, the territory of Bangladesh was being used by those elements which are inimical to India's interest, and especially Jamaati elements. And ISI had actually made deep inroads into Bangladesh, and therefore we found that our security interests were jeopardized, and a lot of anti-India elements were operating there, which was absolutely injurious to our interest. Secondly, if you take the external dimension, Chinese had made very deep inroads into Bangladesh, especially, Madam Zia's government was very pro-Chinese. And that again is a very serious concern, because as you know, the Chinese have adversarial, attitude toward India, aggressive attitude, and what is happening in eastern Ladakh and on the line of actual control. So taking both these things in perspective, I think the development now is not in India's interest, and India will have to be very, very careful and very conscious of how our security interests can be jeopardized both from the internal and the external dimension. Gauri.
Absolutely. In fact, I'm just going to read out some of the latest infrastructure projects that China has had in Bangladesh. There are 7 railway projects, 12 highways, 21 bridges, and 31 power stations. So China is a big concern because it's now a big influence in Bangladesh. Now, the other aspect I want to ask you, General Dwivedi, is the fact that the northeast corridor, there are serious security implications. How do you now view those? Do they get heightened in the immediate?
Absolutely, Gauri, because Siliguri corridor is very, very sensitive to us because it's a very narrow neck which connects mainland India with the northeast. And that has come into focus because Doklam happened there, and Chinese have been very active after Doklam in 2017. They have upgraded the infrastructure, and they are also pushing Bhutan to have an agreement which will give them actually tactical and strategic advantage here. Second point is, you see, Bangladesh, if we have favorable relations, and that's exactly what was during the Sheikh Hasina government, we had made number of connecting corridors, like Dhaka corridor was there, connecting Agartala. Then from Chittagong, we also were connecting to sit with the projects were there. So the point is that Bangladesh is very critical for us, both from the connectivity point of view and also to keep the China's influence on the foreign. And Chinese have made deep inroads in Myanmar. They have got the China-Myanmar economic corridor, and that is coming right into the Bay of Bengal. So I think that overall this situation is not to India's interest, and it's going to set back progress we have made, especially with the connectivity, also with the anti-India elements that are operating there. Sheikh Hasina government has gone an extra mile to ensure that India's security interests are well taken care of, and and more so, especially from the strategic perspective, tactical perspective, and also from the economic perspective.
General Dwivedi, I'm going to come to some of those aspects. I need to take a very short break. What happens going forward? Bangladesh-China cooperation, Pakistan-Bangladesh cooperation, will that increase? The security implications for India. We come back with also the immediate focus. What happens in the next 24 to 48 hours? I request all my colleagues to stay with us. Rolling coverage of the Bangladesh turmoil continues. We come back after this very short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत ही परफॉर्मेंस आई सारा दी ते बढ़िया रिजल्ट्स मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access.
Welcome back. You're watching our rolling coverage of the turmoil that has gripped Bangladesh. I'm Gauri Dwivedi and I'm joined by General Gigi Dwivedi, who's a defense analyst, to decode the very latest that's happening in Bangladesh and the security implications that arise from it. On your screens, viewers, are those images of vandalism and violence that protesters in Bangladesh have resorted to, even though their number one demand, that Sheikh Hasina should resign as Prime Minister, has been met. The violence and vandalism continues even as the army chief has appealed for calm. He's appealed for protesters to end their violence and go back. The army chief has also promised that there will be an interim government soon, but the security implications of this and the very latest that is happening in Bangladesh is what the focus will be over the next 30 minutes. Let me also get in my colleague Mohammad Ghazali to give us the very latest on what's happening. Ghazali, she is expected, Sheikh Hasina's plane is expected to land in Delhi anytime soon. Talk to us what is happening right now behind the scenes. What is it that your sources within the government are telling you? How are they going to approach this situation right now?
See, the governments, especially the Ministry of External Affairs sources, are tight-lipped about how she will be received, whether there will be any government representative at the airport to see her or not, or what could be the duration of her stay. Because India is also maintaining a close eye on what is happening in Bangladesh. They don't want to be seen as somebody who has facilitated her escape from Bangladesh. And I'll just give you one update which you're getting from the Students Against Discrimination, that one group which was spearheading this anti-quota stir in Bangladesh. They have issued a statement after the army said that there will be an interim government. They have said that the power transfer in Bangladesh should be done after prior consultation with the protesters, because they say that they have lost more than 100 people since yesterday. More than 100 people have died or been killed in this protest. So they should be consulted before somebody is appointed as in charge of the interim government in Bangladesh. But as far as Sheikh Hasina's arrival in Delhi is concerned, what we're picking up is that MEA is very tight-lipped about the situation. No one knows that who is going to be at the airport, but certainly there will be back-channel talks which are going on because she's arriving in Delhi.
Tell us, what is her final destination? Where is she headed from India? Where is she headed from Delhi? Tell us that.
Her niece is a parliamentarian in UK, so what we are being told is that she will be departing with her sister. She will be going to London after refueling here at Delhi airport. So her final destination will be London. She is not going to stay here in Delhi for a very long time. It will be ensured that she leaves for London as soon as the refueling is done at the Delhi airport.
Do we know who will be meeting her from the Indian side? Any idea the protocol that could be extended? She's now former Prime Minister of Bangladesh.
Yes, now she's the former Prime Minister, but there is no word as of now that who will be at the airport to see her, whether any Indian government official will go and receive her there. But all the assistance will be provided to her once she lands here in Delhi.
Okay, so along with Sheikh Hasina, her sister Sheikh Rahana is also traveling with her. And as reports seem to suggest right now, and as what Ghazali, my colleague, is telling, that they are headed to London right now. And there's no word on how Indian government is viewing this unprecedented situation in Bangladesh, given that Sheikh Hasina will be in Delhi for some time. Stay with us. I want to quickly get in a word from Vishal, and then I get in General Dwivedi as well. Vishal, now talk to us about the latest that is happening in terms of the protests that are happening. Visuals are coming in as we speak. We are taking them also for our viewers to see that the vandalism is going unabated. It's as if the army chief's appeal is having absolutely no impact on the protesters. What do they really want?
So when the protest began about 2 weeks ago, they demanded that the quota that had been extended to relatives of the freedom fighters who had fought in the 1971 war, so that quota should be scaled back. So that demand, that was the main demand of the protesters, and that actually happened, and that was scaled back after the Supreme Court of Bangladesh stepped in and took away that order. But that calm sustained for only a few days. That was just a few days of calm, and then the protesters started their protest again. That was yesterday when the new non-cooperation movement started, and the protest spread across the country, especially in Dhaka. At least 14 police personnel were killed, and some children and women were also murdered. Some were, lynched. Some were killed brutally. So there were reports all across the country that people were getting killed. Police were firing indiscriminately on the people, on the protesters. So there were some other videos on social media showing that the Bangladesh army had actually stepped in and supported the people in some areas. So all of that is happening, and then we heard the reports that Sheikh Hasina has finally stepped down. That was after weeks of protest, after at least 300 people had been killed. And these protests, as you rightly mentioned, have not really stopped after this major decision by the former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. They still continue to ransack properties. They continue to take down statues across the country. So that remains to be seen how the army, which has promised that it will bring calm to the country, how the army will actually do that. It has promised that an interim government will be formed soon with the remaining parties. But how that will happen, that remains to be seen, because as you mentioned earlier, the BNP did not fight the elections last time. So how they will work around that, that remains to be seen.
Yes, indeed, Vishal, it remains to be seen how this situation will be brought back to normal. Army chief did also say that there will not be any unprecedented shooting incident or any of that against the protesters. The army chief assured that the protesters will not be shot at, but he's also appealed for calm, but you're not seeing that. Let's get in some of those visuals as we get in General Dwivedi as well. And but first up, viewers tuning in right now, Sheikh Hasina, the 5-time Prime Minister of Bangladesh, has fled the country in an unprecedented security situation. She first came to power in 1996, was there till 2001, and since 2009, she has been in power. The longest serving Prime Minister of Bangladesh. This was her 4th term. The 4th term started on a note which led to many questions being asked about the elections itself, which was boycotted by the opposition. And since then, there has been a clamor that this election was not conducted in a free and fair manner, and democracy and democratic traditions in Bangladesh were being compromised by Sheikh Hasina. All of that finally led to her ouster, with her now being on way to London with a quick stopover in Delhi. General Dwivedi, I want to first now ask you is that what about the Indo-Bangla border? We'll come to the other aspects related to Pakistan and China, but first the border. That's the immediate security threat, isn't it? It's a porous border.
No, absolutely, because India-Bangladesh border is about 4,050 kilometers, and it's a porous border and a very sensitive border, because as it is, a lot of infiltration and trans-border, breaches take place, and this border is very, very sensitive. I see two very important developments that are taking place. Firstly, Hindu minority population in Bangladesh is very vulnerable. In fact, when we fought the war, that time Hindu population was about 23%, today it's only 8%, and they'll be the first targets. And you can expect a lot of refugees coming in, point number one. And secondly, this is the time when the anti-India forces will gain ground. And therefore, in both the perspective, I think the border is very sensitive. And rightly so, our security forces, especially guarding the border, must be on full alert, because the sensitivity, the porousness of border, and the length of the border, which is about 4,050 odd kilometers. Gauri.
Okay, let's stay with us, General Dwivedi, because I want to also get in my colleague Shreya as well as Vasudha Venugopal to give us the very latest that's happening. Shreya, you are at the airport. Tell us, What's the latest that's coming in? It seems there are some reports suggesting that it could be senior IAF officials, that is the Indian Air Force officials, who could be receiving Sheikh Hasina, but no word is yet, no final confirmation is yet. Over to you, give us the very latest.
That's right, there is no final confirmation here. We do not see the arrival of Sheikh Hasina, although there are these unconfirmed reports that she will sort of stop over here in New Delhi, and she's on her way to London, and she's of course, as per sources, she has stopped in northeast city Agartala, the capital of Tripura, which is also the closest to Dhaka. But there are no signs here in the Indira Gandhi National Airport. We do not see any inkling of her arrival anytime soon. But of course, we are aware that India has sort of decided to offer her a safe passage through the Indian airspace, following her request from Dhaka. And as for now, in New Delhi, we do not see any inkling of her arrival.
So, this is in fact one of the questions that I'm sure we'll have an answer to during the broadcast itself. Shreya is standing at the IGI airport, but it's a military aircraft in which Sheikh Hasina and her sister Sheikh Rahana are travelling. So there's a fair chance that it may not be the IGI airport, but probably the Hindon Air Base. No clarity, no confirmation as yet, but possibility. Okay, Vasudha, you are at the Bangladesh High Commission. Tell us, how is it that the Indian government is monitoring this situation right now? Unprecedented, a lot of flux right now in our neighbour. Every challenge that could be anticipated is very much on the anvil right now.
Absolutely, Gauri, and we know we have seen this before in our neighborhood. We have seen things going really bad in Sri Lanka. We have seen what happened in Afghanistan and also in Myanmar. So this is a repeat of what we have seen. But Bangladesh is extremely pivotal when it comes to India's own Look East policy, and specifically with regard to India's efforts to stall China's predominance and influence in this region. I'm coming to you live from the Bangladesh High Commission, and like you rightly pointed out, Sheikh Hasina is expected to land in Delhi very shortly. But there is some sort of understanding that she would not be landing in the Palam airport, and there could be one of the other airstrips that she could be using. It could be either Hindon airstrip or anything else, but you know, there is a likelihood that she will not follow the conventional airport route, and we are not very sure as to what the diplomatic parameters would be. In the past also, India has given refuge to leaders who have faced protest in their country, but this is a very specific thing because there are allegations of high-handedness and also rigging of polls that Sheikh Hasina faces. Other than that, there is a lot of anger against her. These protests in Bangladesh started on the 1st of July, and these are mainly student-led, and this is because there was a court in Bangladesh which basically ruled in favor of reinstating 30% quota in jobs for family members of freedom fighters, which in some ways was seen as favoring members of Awami League. And today, if you see the visuals of what is happening in Bangladesh, offices of Awami League are being burnt down. So clearly there is anger against the party for basically, using undemocratic, conventions to, in some ways allegedly steal the mandate. Remember that Sheikh Hasina has been in power since 2009, and it's in January that she came back as the the Prime Minister of the country for the 4th consecutive term. So clearly she has a lot of power in her hands, and there are many questions that are being asked, which is why India will be very careful, considering that it will have a lot of answering to do. Khaleda Zia, the main opponent of Sheikh Hasina, has been critical of Sheikh Hasina and Narendra Modi's friendship in the last 10 years. And like we were talking about how the last 10 years for bilateral ties between these two countries has been seen as a golden age of diplomacy. In Bengali, they say it's a Shunali Adhyay. So that basically saw a lot of projects take place in port connectivity, infrastructure, energy, movies, and also enhancing cultural relations. But then that seems to be a thing of the past, because clearly Sheikh Hasina is, her house has been seized, Gana Bhavan has been seized. She had to flee from Bangladesh along with her sister in extremely surreptitious circumstances, and now she could be landing in Delhi anytime soon. This is in some ways a very diplomatic, dilemma for India. But of course, our, foreign ministry officials are very adept at this, and we have somebody like Dr. S. Jaishankar, who actually met her on the 24th of June. So she was here just a few weeks ago for the swearing in and also for the bilateral meeting, and she's been a regular visitor to India. She's been a trusted ally, but clearly when it comes to foreign policy, India will put its own interests first, and that will possibly reflect in its understanding and approach to this issue as well.
Absolutely. Stay with us, Vasudha. General Dwivedi, now as we talk about the security implications, there's also a bit of a diplomatic area that India needs to now find sort of the best possible solution to, which is that this was an election, Sheikh Hasina's election in January was supported by India. India was one of the few allies that Bangladesh had, that Sheikh Hasina had at the time this election was being questioned in several quarters. The election result eventually led to Sheikh Hasina's ouster as well, because there was a fair bit of anger around the election itself because it was boycotted by the opposition party. How do we go from here diplomatically as we wade through these uncertain diplomatic waters from here
on? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, sir. Yes, loud and clear, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. You are right that as diplomatically, it's a very sensitive issue. India has to do some tightrope walking because let's face the fact that relationship between India and Bangladesh during Sheikh Hasina's time were, I think, very harmonious and very favorable to India. In fact, she was seen as someone who is pro-India, and that was not being liked because on the ground, India doesn't have a very favorable, kind of image or sentiments as far as Bangladesh general public is concerned. Now, there are two issues. One is that what we achieved over the last 10, 12 years is going to be nullified. Secondly, how we are going to build a new relationship with the new dispensation which comes in. For next couple of months is the army which will be running the interim government. And fortunately, between Indian army and the army of Bangladesh, there's a good harmonious relationship.
I want to address some breaking news coming in on the broadcast. Sheikh Hasina has landed. Let's get that. Okay, Sheikh Hasina has landed at the Hindon airport. She's former Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Sheikh Hasina, who's landed at the Hindon airport. She also has her sister, Sheikh Rahana, with her. And they will be here for a short period of time and then are likely to move ahead to their final destination, which is expected to be the UK. Now, how long will she be here? What is the kind of diplomatic protocol that will be extended to her? Will she reach out to anybody in the security establishment in New Delhi? Are all questions. Let's change that. She's former Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Sheikh Hasina, who's landed in Delhi right now at the Hindon airport. Let's get in Mohammad Ghazali to give us the very latest on this. Ghazali, as we've been talking, Sheikh Hasina has landed at the Hindon airport. Tell us what could be the next few steps for as long as she's on Indian soil.
This is particularly done, Gauri, to ensure that she was not landing there at the IGI airport and the Palam airport or any such airstrip and at the Hindon Air Base. So Air Force officials will be receiving her there, and it was also to ensure her safety and privacy. Right now, we are not in the know of the things that how she will proceed from there or where she will be proceeding from there. But we know that her stay is going to be of a very brief duration, after which she will be moving to London. Now, whether Indian government has sent out some message to her or not, with the involvement of Indian Air Force officials being there, certainly Indian government is involved there. As of now, we just know that she has landed there at the Hindon Air Base, and after which she will be flying out to London. But the duration of when, after how long she'll be flying to London is not known yet. But we only know that with her sister, she has finally landed here at Hindon Air Base. So all these reports that she was going to some other country has been proven wrong. She has rightly come to her neighborhood in India, and certainly Indian government has been coordinating when it comes to her departure, arrest, or say escape from Bangladesh at a time when people are on the ground there.
Okay, so Sheikh Hasina has landed at the Hindon Air Base. Remember, that's not a civilian air base, it's a military air base. She was in a military jet because Sheikh Hasina had cut some sort of a deal with the army, which is why she got the exit that she did, even though there were 4 lakh protesters on the streets of Dhaka today, and she did manage to leave Bangladesh safely. She's landed here. In the next couple of minutes, we'll have an idea as to how long she will be here, whether or not there'll be any communication with anybody from the Indian security establishment. Could it be just a refueling break? Remember, it's a long flight from here on to UK. I want to tell our viewers that Sheikh Hasina's father, Mujibur Rahman, had also come to India during former Prime Minister Indira Gandhi's tenure. That time he had sought refuge, and India was at the forefront of helping Bangladesh get freedom. So it's 50 years later, it's Sheikh Hasina who's here. Circumstances are different. Her stay would also be different, but this is important to tell our viewers tuning in right now that Sheikh Hasina is in India. She's in Delhi, just like her father was before 1971, along with the entire family. I believe my memory serves me right, 5 sons as well. But the big story, Sheikh Hasina, former Prime Minister of Bangladesh, has landed at the Hindon Air Base. She was traveling in a military jet. She'd cut a deal with the Bangladesh army, and which is why she got an exit. Whether it was honorable, whether it was dishonorable is the big question that we'll come back and talk more on. But the action in Bangladesh continues, even as the diplomatic huddle that is likely to follow for India is also expected to continue next couple of hours. How India will approach Bangladesh, how India will approach Sheikh Hasina's departure, and how India will approach the security implications of this is all that I'm going to come back and talk more on. But on that note, we slip into a very, very short break as we come back with lots more.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत performance आई सारा दी ते बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Our $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत performance आई सारा दी ते बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more.
Hello and welcome to NDTV's rolling coverage of the turmoil in Bangladesh. On your screens are the latest updates coming in. Breaking news. Former Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Sheikh Hasina, has landed at the Indian Air Force Air Base at Hindon. She was travelling in a military jet along with her sister, Sheikh Rahana. Both of them have landed at the Hindon Air Base in Delhi, near Delhi, and are en route, likely to be en route to London from here on. How long will they stay? The diplomatic protocol that will be extended to her. Who are the likely people, if at all, somebody will meet her? Other questions that we will ask. But first up, the headlines coming in this evening at 6 p.m. Bangladesh army takes over. Sheikh Hasina has landed in India. Former Prime Minister has been ousted and fled the nation amidst unprecedented protests. Army announces that an interim government will be formed, even as Army Chief appealed for peace and asked protesters to stop the vandalism. An angry mob stormed into Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina's residence. Protesters vandalized Mujibur Rahman's statue. Dhaka Palace was also ransacked by angry protesters. Bangladeshi journalist joining us live on the broadcast to give us the very latest of the flux that's unfolding in the state. Tell us, sir, what's the... Masoom Khan joins us on the broadcast. Sir, can you hear me? Sir, my first question, tell us what's the latest that's happening on ground? What's the situation? Is there any possibility of a calm now coming in, given that the number one demand of protesters has been met? Sheikh Hasina has fled the country. Unmute yourself, sir. Mr. Khan, please unmute yourself.
Thank you so much, NDTV, India. Bangladesh, this situation is very critical situation. Long week, the Bangladeshi student and Bangladeshi people, many demand our honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. But 2 days ago, student and people asked one demand: resign Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. This situation is a very dangerous situation. Our country, Bangladesh, this situation country leave Sheikh Hasina and Sheikh Hasina's sister Sheikh Rehana landing our friend country India. So this time our army chief and others Air Force chiefs, others law enforcement person meeting honorable President at Bangabhavan. This situation so long time disaster.
I'll take two
so
more,
our country, yes. This situation is a very critical situation. Our Bangladesh decision destroyed Bongo Bhavan, destroyed our Parliament Bhavan, and so another Awami League party office. This situation has destroyed any Mahanagar, Jela, Awami League party office, and this time our army chief at press conference 4 p.m. at Bangladesh, he asks any situation under control, and he all others general this night meeting at president, and so this time all our Bangladeshi people wish a peaceful meeting at our Army General.
This is what I want to ask you, sir, that if everybody wants peace, the Army Chief has said that there will not be any hostile action that will be taken against protesters. He's asked for calm. Sheikh Hasina has fled the country. So why is it that protesters are not ending their protests now? How long will this continue? And the scale at which the vandalism is happening is unprecedented.
Thank you. This situation, Army Chief's press conference, all are our TV and print and electronic media journalists, and he says peaceful, all students, all people. This time, peace and peacefully, the systemic this long time we recognize at this time Bangladesh is very a dangerous situation run.
Okay, all right, Mr. Khan, thanks so much for joining us. Yes, it's a dangerous situation because of the scale of political uncertainty that's engulfed Bangladesh right now and the serious security challenges it's throwing up to the entire region. Thanks so much for giving us that update, and I'm going to get my colleagues to fill us in with the very latest. Vasudha Venugopal joins us live from Bangladesh High Commission. So does Saurabh, who's joining us from Kolkata to fill us in on the very latest that's happening in Bangladesh. Saurabh, to you first. You've been working the phones to get us the latest on what's happening on ground. Talk to us. How long will this political uncertainty continue? Who could be the interim Prime Minister? How soon could the elections take place? Is the army now keen to have a longish stay in terms of having a hold over the country right now? Tell us, what is it that you're picking up on any or all of this?
Well, you know, the first is that return to normalcy. That's still some time away, and I can tell you that because the Dhaka airport has been shut till 10:30 in the evening due to the unrest. An Indigo flight from Chennai, which was heading to Dhaka, is headed back to Kolkata to refuel and go back to Chennai. Meanwhile, the special Bangladesh Air Force aircraft that is presumed to have been carrying Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina is in India now. It has flown over Indian airspace for the last couple of hours or so, having taken off from Kurmitola and then flown in a direction towards Kolkata, and have then, of course, having flown onwards through Indian airspace. And we believe that it would have been in India now. And what we've been given to understand is Hindon Air Base is where that aircraft is. That's one thing that we've been given to understand from authorities, and also, several social media handles that have been tracking the progress of that Bangladesh Air Force flight, which also we had been tracking on NDTV right from the start. Now, apart from that, what next? Well, a semblance of normalcy will return, perhaps once an interim government is formed. Right now, the situation is fluid, it's volatile. We have pictures of people, barging into Ganabhabon, the official residence of Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, till just about a few hours ago. And now you have absolutely random people, right in the bedroom, moving around the official residence, walking off with whatever they can. Some people, putting pictures on social media of enjoying a feast inside the Prime Minister's, residence. So these are pictures that are still emerging from Bangladesh and Dhaka, which means that law and order and peace is still far from returning. Which means
how do we get that peace? That's the immediate focus. How do we get that peace, Saurabh? How do we ensure, or how will the army chief ensure that peace comes in? That's the first priority, isn't it? How do you ensure that calm prevails after what has been an unprecedented security situation?
Absolutely, and that's why it's so important to have that interim government in place, because then you can take decisions, then you can set things in order. But what has also happened is that, we were asking a question, reporters in Dhaka were asking a question about the interim government when the army chief said, look, the longer you are, the more questions you ask me, the more you delay me. Obviously, hinting at forming that interim government. And that is something that we are still not clear about. Who forms this interim government? Because remember, the Awami League, which had been elected in an election that was held in Bangladesh in January this year, was not represented at that meeting before. Now, Sheikh Hasina, of course, we are being told, quit on an ultimatum from the army. But now, of course, the focus is on forming that interim government in Dhaka. And Dhaka right now is volatile. Dhaka is not peaceful. Dhaka has protesters around on the streets who are doing as they wish. We've seen pictures, mind-boggling pictures actually, to see a statue of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, who really is the founder, the founding father of the country, his statue being vandalized. So these are, absolutely mind-boggling visuals that we've seen over the day in the dramatic evacuation of Sheikh Hasina from the official residence, just perhaps, maybe not even an hour before it was stormed. And then, of course, that, that aircraft flying out of Kurmitala and heading to India. But obviously, the focus is now on that interim government. There are meetings on, high-level meetings on in Dhaka. The army chief is expecting to put an interim government in place. Of course, the army is going to play a major role in all of this. But that interim government is something that's the need of the hour. Every minute without a government in Dhaka is actually prolonging the chaos that prevails on the streets of Dhaka and Bangladesh.
Absolutely, Saurabh. There is chaos and chaos everywhere. But this interim government, how soon it's formed, is really going to be the key focus area for India as well. Vasudha, let me bring you in on that. That's exactly what India would also be now keeping a very close watch on. Who will lead this interim government? How long will it stay? When will the elections happen in Bangladesh? This political uncertainty, how long will it go on, is going to be now India's top focus as well.
Absolutely, Gauri. And let me tell you, when I came to this Bangladesh High Commission just a few hours ago, I was talking to some staff members there, and all of them had these black badges of protest. And while most of them did not want to talk about it, at least one or two did say that their sympathies are with the student protesters. So clearly the protests that started on the 1st of July in Bangladesh, that have rocked the country to an extent that its Prime Minister, a Prime Minister who has been at the helm of this country since 2009, had to resign and flee from the country. So many of them are actually in support of that. That actually reflects the situation in the country, and it also shows that there could be far-reaching circumstances of what has happened in Bangladesh, not just in India but also in the entire neighborhood. What we hear now is that Sheikh Hasina has already landed in the Hindon Air Base, which is in Loni district of Ghaziabad, and this is also, I remember, one of those airstrips where a lot of people who were fleeing from Afghanistan used to sort of land in. I'm told that no diplomatic protocol was awarded to her because she no longer is the head of the state, or for that matter, so for instance, there are diplomatic protocols that the MEA sort of puts in place, and because she's not a head of a state, that she was not accorded one. But clearly there is a possibility that she could be recording a video statement. She could be releasing that soon. Local media has reported that, Bangladeshi local media has reported that she was not even allowed to record that media because people had barged into the Gana Bhavan, which is the official official residence of the Prime Minister, and she had to flee from there, from Dhaka, along with her sister. So clearly, you know, this is a difficult time for Bangladesh. India is keeping a close watch on this. Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister of the country, and Sheikh Hasina have been trusted allies, but Bangladesh is a pivotal country for India when it comes to checking the influence of China, and India is sure that it will put its own interest ahead of everything else. So that is why, you know, when it comes to border issues, this is also the time that India will sort of, you know, put in measures, proactive measures to ensure that India will not have to face the brunt of the tragedy that is unraveling in Bangladesh.
Stay with us, Vasudha. That's a very important update that you've given, that no diplomatic protocol was extended to Sheikh Hasina because she's no longer the Prime Minister of Bangladesh. Former Ambassador Baswati Mukherjee joins us on the broadcast, and along with Brahmacharani, Strategic Affairs expert. Thanks much for speaking to me on this developing, unprecedented story that's unfolding in our neighborhood. Ma'am, to you first, Ambassador Mukherjee, the fact is that as things stand right now, there is a great security risk that India is staring at, a political flux and a vacuum that Bangladesh is itself now engulfed in. What should be the immediate focus areas that India should now prioritize towards ensuring or bringing in some semblance of normalcy?
Well, first of all, I think the most important thing is to secure our citizens who are in Bangladesh, our High Commission, our diplomats, and also to think about the fate of the minorities in Bangladesh, the Hindus who are there, Bangladeshi citizens. I hope and pray that the mob will not turn on them. They were 26% when Bangladesh became independent. Today they are less than 5%. These are matters which would inflame public opinion in India. We would need to secure our borders to ensure that there is no refugee exodus in an uncontrolled manner. We would need to wait and watch and see what kind of interim government is being formed, what are the sympathies of that government, whether the army is going to be actually forming a civilian government or is going to first take charge. But in my perspective, watching what you're showing on the screen and earlier on social media, it would appear to me that the first thing that the army needs to do in Bangladesh is to establish rule of law and to make the mob go back home. Unless that is done, Bangladesh is in turmoil and is unraveling. So the first need of the hour, which is an internal matter of Bangladesh, it's not for India to comment on it, is to establish rule of law and law and order in Bangladesh. Once that is done, as far as India is concerned, we are the closest, one of the closest neighbors. We have actually helped to liberate Bangladesh. Mujibur Rahman is the founding father of Bangladesh. Very painful to see his statue being desecrated. But this is foreign policy. Situations change in neighboring countries. We need to wait and watch and see what kind of government is formed, and that government should be formed as soon as possible so that law and order can be brought back. It seems to me to be very strange that so much of turmoil and chaos could happen within 24 hours, particularly because the Supreme Court of Bangladesh had already rolled back the original issue which had caused conflict, which was the reservation issue, which had been accepted by the government. And at that point of time, it had seemed as if the protests would die down. Therefore, it would appear to me that these protests actually are very political in nature, and we would need to see whether they would also take an anti-India direction. In that case, it would be of great concern to India. It would be of great concern for the safety of our citizens who are there, of the students who remain, and of course, of the minorities, the Bengali Hindus who had stayed back in Bangladesh when it became independent. I come, by the way, from Bangladesh myself, from Dhaka. My parents come from Dhaka, and the security of the Hindus holding Bangladeshi passports would be on our mind definitely as we watch the chaos unraveling on the streets of Dhaka.
Okay. Mr. Chilani, to you, I want to ask that, some of the questions and some of the very important aspects that Ambassador Mukherjee also raised, which is that how political are these protests in nature? Are they being instigated throughout this year? In fact, the whole of 2024, ever since elections results came out, Sheikh Hasina cried hoarse that there was foreign hand in instigating these protests, and also talking about the election results in a certain manner, colored the verdict that came in. How do you see these protests, and whether or not there's actually a foreign element in terms of instigating these protests and its India impact?
That's an important question. What we know is that the Biden administration began targeting Hasina's government last year in the run-up to the national elections in Bangladesh. And the Biden administration even threatened to impose sanctions on key officials of the Hasina government. And when Hasina went to Washington last year to attend World Bank meetings, not a single official of the Biden administration met with her. And then more recently, we have seen signs of China being angered by Hasina's decision to award the multi-billion-dollar Teesta project to India. China had been ready to execute that project, but Prime Minister Modi persuaded Sheikh Hasina to award that project to India because that project is coming up near India's chicken neck, and India did not want the presence of Chinese technicians and other workers in that sensitive area. So we know that powerful external forces were aligned against Sheikh Hasina, that it would take just 48 hours for a government to fall, and fall so dramatically, with the army chief, not Sheikh Hasina, making the announcement of a departure, is very striking. It has, shocked many people, including me, that her government would fall so suddenly, so abruptly. And yet, I think for India, the developments in Bangladesh are of direct concern, because whatever happens in Bangladesh directly impinges on India. India surrounds Bangladesh on three sides, and on one side is the Bay of Bengal. Bangladesh has a very narrow corridor with Myanmar. So developments in Bangladesh do hold direct implications for India. And also, as Ambassador Mukherjee pointed out, that the forces that were behind these protests are not exactly forces that are friendly to India. These forces that were either spearheading the protests or backing the protests, these elements included the Jamaat Islami, the BNP, which traditionally have been very anti-India, and we do not know what kind of new government will take office in Dhaka, whether the Awami League will have any role to play in the new government, whether these anti-India elements will gain some sway in the new government. All this has a bearing on India's security.
Indeed, indeed. And let me get that to Ambassador Mukherjee before I slip into a break, ma'am, which is that forces that may be or are inimical to India could play a very important political role going forward in Bangladesh. What should be our priorities in securing our strategic calculus?
The first and most important thing as a large neighbor and as a Bengali, I can tell you, is there's one thing that is similar in both parts of Bengal, West Bengal and Bangladesh, which is that Bengalis are hypersensitive about what they perceive as interference in their internal affairs. So it would be wise and prudent to do what we are doing, which is maintaining a diplomatic silence and allowing events to run their course while we watch them with horror on your TV screens, on our TV screens. We would have to act, as I said, if they go actively after Hindus, if they try to start killing Indian citizens, if they try to kill our students, and worst of all, if they attack the Indian High Commission in Dhaka and our consulates spread out over Bangladesh, that would be of immediate concern, and we would have to deal with it as any large nation would need to deal with it. I don't have to discuss it on national television. The other issue which is of immediate concern, is the securing of our large border with Bangladesh to ensure that forces inimical to India and inimical to our national interests don't force their way in through that long border. Therefore, I see on the screen that the BSF is on high alert. We may be moving in our army to secure the border further. Please don't forget also that this has huge implications on what we call the chicken's neck, on the northeast, on the security of the entire northeast, on the security of my home state, West Bengal, and moreover, the impact it must be having right now as we speak on public opinion all over India, but particularly in West Bengal, which is directly impacted, and where many are descendants like me of families who were originally for centuries settled in Dhaka, Bikrampur, in what we call East Bengal before partition. And they would be particularly sensitive to the fate of Bengali Hindus who opted to stay on in Bangladesh because they thought that that is the country of their identity and culture, etc. Moreover, it is very ironical that Bangladesh broke free from the yoke of Pakistan military rule because they said that language and culture is more important. Bengali language and culture is more important than religion. But today, it would appear to me that the situation is so volatile that it could turn in the opposite direction.
Yes.
They could try to argue that ultimately the religious identity is more important than the Bengali language culture. So then definitely it would take an anti-India, anti-Hindu turn, and then definitely we would have to, not on national television, but quietly sit and look at our strategic options.
Okay.
Because we cannot sit by and watch Hindus or Indians being killed on the streets of Bangladesh.
Right.
That is
Okay.
difficult.
So I'm going to slip into a very short break, but we come back with this and lots more on the very latest that's happening in Bangladesh and its many implications for India, from strategic to military to the humanitarian angle that it may unleash for us as well. But it's time for a quick break. Rolling coverage continues. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Army coup in Bangladesh. Hasina flies out of country. Sheikh Hasina ousted, flees nation amidst unprecedented protests. Angry mob storms into Bangladesh Prime Minister's residence. Protesters vandalize Mujibur Rahman's statue. Dhaka Palace ransacked. Where is Sheikh Hasina finally headed? Flight radar says that she was spotted over Kolkata. Aircraft carrying Sheikh Hasina entered Indian airspace, landed at the Hindon Air Base. But what's her final destination?
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
ਉਹਦੀ performance ਸਹੀ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟਸ ਮਿਲੇ.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
वो परफॉर्मेंस आई सारे दी ते बढ़िया रिजल्ट्स मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters.
Welcome back. You're watching our rolling coverage of the very latest that's happening in Bangladesh. It's in turmoil. There is political flux. There is uncertainty that is of unprecedented levels. So on your screen are some of those visuals of when the protesters took to streets, vandalized the most historic areas and places of Bangladesh. Mujibur Rahman's statue was vandalized. The father of Bangladesh, his statue was vandalized. The Bongo Bhavan, where Sheikh Hasina used to be, has been vandalized. Then the museum has been as well. Even as the army chief has called for calm, asked protesters to go back, their number one demand has been met. Sheikh Hasina, the former Prime Minister of Bangladesh, has fled the country. She didn't even have enough time to actually deliver a video message. It was done by the army chief when he told Bangladesh and the world that the Prime Minister has fled due to a serious security issue. 4 lakh protesters, according to some reports, were on the streets of Dhaka protesting against Sheikh Hasina. What happens next in Bangladesh? The security implications it has for India. The humanitarian aspect of this entire crisis. Could it lead to more Bangladeshis wanting to enter India? Those are questions that the Indian diplomatic, strategic and security establishment is now grappling with. But first up, let's listen in to what Mamata Banerjee had to say, Bengal Chief Minister, on what is happening in Bangladesh.
কেউ কোনো সাম্প্রদায়িকতার মূলক আচরণ করবেন না এবং আইন হাতে নেবেন না। যারা বিপদে পড়বে আমাদের ভাই বোনেরা, কারণ এখন অনেকে আছে আমরা গভর্নমেন্ট অফ ইন্ডিয়া এবং গভর্নমেন্ট অফ বাংলাদেশকে দেখে রাখছি। গভর্নমেন্ট অফ ইন্ডিয়া যেভাবে বলবে আমরা সেভাবেই করব। আর আমি সমস্ত পলিটিক্যাল পার্টি লিডারদের অনুরোধ করছি এবং বিশেষ করে সমস্ত জগতের সবাইকে দয়া করে এমন কিছু পোস্ট করবেন না যাতে কোনো সাম্প্রদায়িক সম্প্রীতি এখানে নষ্ট হয়।
Okay, that was Mamata Banerjee saying that Bengal, like India, is standing in Bangladesh's need of our, my colleagues Saurabh Gupta and Mohammad Ghazali joining us on this broadcast. Saurabh, to you first, joining us live from Kolkata. Give us the very latest that's happening there. A very close vigil is what West Bengal is also now keeping on how things are unfolding in Bangladesh.
Well, let me tell you, the parliament in Bangladesh's Dhaka has been stormed. Protesters are occupying parliament. Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina's residence has been stormed. The gates have been breached. Protesters have enjoyed a meal, looted the residence, including saris, including utensils, including whatever they could lay their hands on. They've taken it and walked out. Chaos prevails on the streets of Dhaka. Television stations have been attacked. And of course, there is absolute chaos on the streets of Dhaka. the Dhaka airport has been shut till 10:30, given the prevailing situation on the streets of Dhaka. So obviously, absolute chaos and anarchy in Dhaka, which is the capital of Bangladesh. And this, of course, follows the resignation of Sheikh Hasina, who then, of course, had to evacuate from her residence just minutes before it was stormed. And she, of course, had to take a helicopter. And then, of course, she has been flown out of Bangladesh. We have been given to understand that a special Bangladesh Air Force plane has landed at the Hindon Air Base along with Sheikh Hasina. Now, perhaps the indications of Sheikh Hasina going to resign were there from yesterday. Yesterday onwards, the situation started getting bad. Yesterday, almost about, many were killed in the protests. But it was difficult to fathom that it would all happen so soon. But in the morning also, there were indications that perhaps Sheikh Hasina would step down, but not in this fashion that we've seen that has played out through the day, where she's had to flee, she's had to leave the country. Protesters have stormed Gana Bhavan, the residence of the Prime Minister, stolen saris, stolen paintings, and, basically anything that they could lay their hands on, they've walked off with. Also, they've, stormed Parliament. They're sitting in Parliament right now. And, you can see protesters in the Parliament in Bangladesh. It's called the Jatiyo Sangshad. So that is the situation that prevails. The Dhaka airport has been shut given the prevailing situation. An Indigo flight that was headed to Dhaka made a
from
U-turn,
Dhaka, from
diverted
Ground
to
Zero.
Kolkata.
Salman Saeed joins us live on the broadcast. Salman, thanks much for speaking to NDTV. My first question to you, explain to us, talk to us, what is happening on ground right now? How is the situation anywhere close to being under control, or is it as bad as some of the visuals seem to indicate?
Currently, I'm right now standing in front of the Parliament building. It's just behind, few meters ahead. It's the intersection here. Thousands of people are in the streets celebrating the victory. Everyone is showing the peace signs. If you can see behind me, people are all waiting. They're very happy that the military has taken over. I've spoken to a lot of students who are happy now that a lot of people have expressed their concern that the military has taken over. That there's still some places that have violence have taken place. Right now. There's still some places have some violence has taken place, but that's very common. It'll take time to take the whole city under control. But the agitated, there are people who are very happy. Students have expressed their. Students have fought for the last few weeks. A lot of students dead. People have died. I was just outside 24 hours back. I was. Okay, I'll let some people talk and then.
No, Salman, I want you to ask a question to them. Ask a question. What is it that they want now?
Sure.
What do they want?
Okay.
Sheikh Hasina has already left the country. Why are they not going back to their houses?
So English. Okay. So what do you want now when Sheikh Hasina is gone? What do you want?
Actually,
Yeah.
It's a fully shameful.
Okay.
And we hope in next generation got the democracy.
Okay.
Actually,
Okay.
I
Salman, want to come back to you.
For the democracy.
Salman, I want to come back to you because
Thank you.
Because in a situation like this, first of all, I want you to be safe. Secondly, I want to ask you this because what is it that these students want? You tell me. Don't ask those questions. You tell me what is it that you feel that these students or these protesters actually want. Everybody wants them to go back.
The student want initially it was on their quota. All of their demands were they were there initially it was only the quota, but then they wanted the government done, and they wanted democracy and no more corruption in this country. I've spoken to hundreds of students, and they have expressed that they want a non-corruption country.
Okay, I see lots of people behind you. It just tells that everybody is still on the streets and nobody is going back despite appeals for calm, despite appeals for normalcy. Final question, Salman. Final question I want to ask you this is that is there a word that's coming in from the army after the army chief's message? What is happening on ground? Do you see enough police? Do you see enough security? Because this could spiral into a bigger crisis. A security crisis.
Exactly. What I've seen is there are militaries, but there's no police. There's been some violence across, so we will like to just move out. If the crowd is getting too heavier, so we will move away from here, right? Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, all right. All right, that was Salman Saeed. We are trying to reach out to him to get us a sense of how things are right now on ground. You heard and you saw how he was actually completely taken over with the number of people on the streets, giving you an indication how volatile things are on ground and how inadequate the present security infrastructure is, given that lakhs of people still on the streets. Mohammad Ghazali, let me bring you in now. As things on the screens right now are flashes coming in that the External Affairs Minister has met Prime Minister Modi to apprise him of the crisis that's taking place in Bangladesh. Tell us, what is it that's happening in this meeting, a crucial meeting where Prime Minister Modi is getting an update from the External Affairs Minister?
See, Gauri, Sheikh Hasina has landed in India and she has landed at the Hindan Air Base. So certainly, this was all done by the clearance from the government of India, the Indian Air Force, the Indian Defence Services were also involved in it. And perhaps Bangladesh Army Chief was in constant touch with his counterparts here in India. And that is what the latest development is, to which Mr. External Affairs Minister, Mr. Jaishankar, has gone to apprise the Prime Minister about. And we are also hearing the reports that perhaps Sheikh Hasina is also seeking asylum in UK, though her sister, who is with her, she is already a UK citizen. So to ensure that she leaves India or she gets an asylum in London, in UK, she'll have to leave India in some time, and to apprise the Prime Minister about all these latest developments or what kind of support India can provide in ensuring that they are not seen as Sheikh Hasina back there in Bangladesh when people are out on the street very jubilant that Sheikh Hasina has left the country. So India has to create a very, you can say, India will have to be very cautious about the way it is perceived back in Bangladesh at a time when the country is not stable. People are out on the street. The borders of Bangladesh with the states in India is very porous, as we know about, and that is exactly, these are some of the developments which the External Affairs Minister is apprising the Prime Minister about, the details about Sheikh Hasina's arrival and her future plans from now onwards, that where she'll be heading. Also, what is the ongoing situation back in Bangladesh? Who will be in charge of the interim government? Because the army chief said that the interim government will be installed there, will be elected there. But what will be the procedure? Because you heard the Bangladeshi reporter there, the people want democracy or a government, but after solid consultation with all those who were protesting there. So all the protesters who were out there, they're also demanding that if the new government is elected, anybody who is given the charge for the interim government, it should be done after the consultation with the protesters or the student bodies, which led this entire movement for the last 2-3 months.
Shifting goalpost is what it's looking like. It started with the quota stir. Supreme Court brought it down from 30% to 5%. Now the protesters are still unhappy, and Saurabh, you saw, in fact, the visuals of how Salman Saeed was completely swamped with so many people around him, indicating that this is a security challenge that could quickly snowball into a major humanitarian crisis for India, especially in Bengal, where you are standing.
Absolutely, and this is a concern that, at the end of the day, we are just about, not even, I think, less than 500 kilometers from Dhaka. So that is, of course, the kind of geography this region has. But let me give you an understanding of what seems to have transpired. Now, when these protests started, they were anti-quota protests. And then, of course, there was a comment by Sheikh Hasina referring to Razakars. Who are the Razakars? The Razakars are perhaps the descendants of the Pakistani army's paramilitary that was deployed in East Pakistan to quell the freedom struggle of what was then known as East Pakistan, now Bangladesh. Who was the founder? Who led that freedom struggle? Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. Now, the Indian Army also played a huge role in that crisis, but Sheikh Mujibur Rahman's statue today has been vandalized, and that will give you an idea of the kind of shifting of goalposts, because remember when it began it was quota protests, we were talking about shifting of goalposts, then it became Sheikh Hasina's resignation. Now Sheikh Hasina has resigned. So what do the protesters want? Why are they still out on the streets? That's a question that everyone is asking. Because remember, Sheikh Hasina is gone. She's left the country. So this is, of course, a crisis that is continuing. There's absolute chaos. Parliament has been stormed. Gano Bhavan has been stormed. Gano Bhavan was the official residence of Sheikh Hasina. People have walked off with saris, with utensils, with, even fish. And there were videos circulating online of people eating inside Gano Bhavan. Parliament has been stormed. Parliament has been occupied by protesters. There is no government. Interim government has not yet been formed. The army has issued no firing orders. So it's an absolute free-for-all, anarchy, chaos on the streets of Dhaka. The Dhaka airport has been shut given the prevailing situation on the streets of Dhaka. And this is a crisis that has gone from bad to worse. Remember, it's not only about Sheikh Hasina. It's not only about clearly quotas, because that debate was settled, that answer was settled long time ago. The High Court's order was, in the higher appellate court brought it down. So this is clearly something which the Awami League, the ruling Awami League has described, or was the ruling rather, I should say, in the past tense now, has described that this was always an illegal attempt at a power grab, is what the Awami League said. Right. That the quota was just an excuse, the quota protests. But that, having said that, much water has flown under the bridge, and right now the situation remains chaotic. An interim government is what everyone is waiting for.
Yes.
Return to peace, calm is what everyone is waiting for in Dhaka.
Indeed, the situation is volatile and possibly could snowball into something bigger for India, and that's what we need to keep a very close vigil on. But what has Sheikh Hasina been like, and her tenure been like for India in the last 10 years? India was the country, one of the few countries that stood rock solidly behind Sheikh Hasina when there were questions asked about her democratic credentials earlier in the year. In the last 10 years, she's had a very good rapport and bond with the Prime Minister Modi, and that has resulted in some very landmark key decisions being taken on both sides. Let's get in Disha Bapchi to tell us on what has Sheikh Hasina's tenure been like for India, what has been the India-Bangla relationship in the last 10 years between these two leaders.
So right, Gauri, in terms of the rapport between PM Modi and Sheikh Hasina and India and Bangladesh in general, as you mentioned, under former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, we've seen very excellent, very strong ties between India and Bangladesh, and most recently under Modi 3.0, in fact, Sheikh Hasina was the first foreign leader to visit India in this the government's new term. So, and even this visit was crucial for ties between India and Bangladesh, since both countries actually agreed to they had a discussion about the Teesta River Treaty, which has been an important issue between India and Bangladesh, and they agreed to send teams to assess the dam project, and Bangladesh and India had decided to work together to restore this dam project. Apart from that, India and Bangladesh have also worked very closely in anti-terrorism measures and to counter terrorism on the India-Bangladesh border. So in these issues, India and Bangladesh worked very closely together. And as you also mentioned, rightly so, that earlier in the year when Sheikh Hasina secured her fourth term in power in Bangladesh in the elections, there were many countries which criticized the elections, calling it unfair, calling it undemocratic, because the opposition parties did not participate in this election in Bangladesh. But India stood firmly and said that this is Bangladesh's domestic affairs, and that they stood by Bangladesh's elections, calling it fair. So, close ties between India and Bangladesh Bangladesh. So now it's going to be we have to wait and watch to see how ties between India and this new interim government in Bangladesh will look like, because as history has showed, this is not the first time there's been a military takeover or army takeover in Bangladesh. They have a history of army takeovers in their country. But when it comes to ties between India and these military governments, they've not necessarily always been good. But under former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, ties between India and Bangladesh were quite strong. And even recently, Sheikh Hasina visited China, and the visit actually ended abruptly and quite early, which indicated that, in a sense, ties between Bangladesh and China weren't necessarily doing so well, which also is, in a sense, highlighting that Bangladesh was shifting closer to India. And especially the fact that the two countries were willing to work together and discuss the Teesta Dam project and the Teesta Dam restoration. So all of these things were crucial in terms of the ties between India and Bangladesh. So now it's really time to wait and watch and see how the situation develops in Bangladesh. And as per resources and reports, Hasina is in Delhi, so it's wait and watch to see what happens next.
All right, we take a very, very short break. We come back with lots more. Rolling coverage of the turmoil in Bangladesh continues. Stay with us. We come back with a very short break.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत performance आई सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, is that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Welcome back. You're watching NDTV's rolling coverage of the turmoil that has engulfed Bangladesh. The latest reports coming in is that Sheikh Hasina, along with her sister Sheikh Rahana, have landed at the Hindon Air Base in Delhi. How long will they stay? Is their final destination set to be London? Could there be changes in it? What happens then in Bangladesh in the next couple of days, weeks? is our big focus. Saurabh Gupta continues to be with us, joining us live from Kolkata. Saurabh, give us the very latest as things stand right now. Sheikh Hasina she landed at the Hindon Air Base. She was greeted by and there were IAF officials who were there to receive her, given that no diplomatic protocol is to be extended to her. That's what it looks like right now. Talk to us about what is it that you're picking up from your sources.
Well, it's been a day of very dramatic developments. It started early in the morning. There were indications that perhaps Sheikh Hasina was going to resign, and those indications were reported, but no one would have imagined it would have unfolded in this dramatic fashion. Now, Sheikh Hasina was given an ultimatum by the army to resign. She was also given safe passage because there were protesters that were marching towards Ganobhavan at that point. Ganobhavan is the official residence of the Prime Minister, Sheikh Hasina's residence till a few hours ago. Now, after that, Sheikh Hasina resigned and she, of course, evacuated in a helicopter to a safer area and then, of course, flown out of the country in a Bangladesh Air Force plane. And, of course, she's landed in Hindon, like you just mentioned, and she's currently in India, but like you said again, she's no longer the Prime Minister. So the question of diplomatic protocol is, of course, something that perhaps, is best, left to the judgment of those dealing with issues like these, which are diplomats and officials. But once she left and once that resignation was announced, absolute chaos has unfolded in the streets of Dhaka. And what has happened? Parliament has been occupied by protesters. Ganobhavan, the residence has been stormed. People have looted, ransacked and vandalized the residence, walked off with whatever they could lay their hands on, saris, utensils, food, cutlery, paintings, whatever they could lay their hands on, flower vases, everything, whatever they could carry off, they've taken. Then also the airport at Dhaka has been shut because of the prevailing chaotic situations in the streets of Dhaka. Also, what we know is that several TV stations have been set on fire. There is no government. An interim government is yet to be formed. Absolute anarchy prevails in Dhaka and Bangladesh till the formation of an interim government. But as we speak, the army also has issued no firing orders, which means the protesters have a field day right now. And what has the Awami League said on this? Now, remember, we were talking earlier of where this all began, the genesis of this, and that is, of course, the anti-quota protests. But the Awami League said that the anti-quota protests were basically a ruse for, what they blamed then was the BNP and Jamaat at an illegal, unconstitutional power grab. But, of course, now an interim government will be set up. The army will be largely responsible for maintaining law and order, even though the army chief's clear directions and orders that was made in televised press conferences that no firing on the protesters. But that has also resulted, as you can see, in absolute chaos on the streets of Dhaka.
There's anarchy on the streets of Dhaka in Bangladesh. And as of now, with no firing orders, it seems that the unprecedented security issues that are being thrown up due to this turmoil would take a lot more to get them under control. Implications for India on several fronts, from diplomatic to strategic to humanitarian, all that needs to be addressed, even as it remains to be seen how long will Sheikh Hasina be in India. Will it be a quick refueling stopover, or could it be longer? Stay with us. We slip into a very short break. We come back with lots more. Our rolling coverage of the turmoil in Bangladesh continues. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
And finally, Novak Djokovic wins Olympic gold.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport, where we are showing these visuals अर्शदीप हमारे साथ हैं।
बहुत ही परफॉर्मेंस आई सारे दी ते वधिया रिजल्ट्स मिले।
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Good evening and welcome to our continuous coverage of the situation in Bangladesh, where there has been the Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Sheikh Hasina, exiting her country, fleeing from Bangladesh, landing in New Delhi, perhaps for a refueling halt. The status of that we're just going to try and find out. As a result of lakhs of protesters out on the streets, not just in Dhaka but across the country. Many of these protesters stormed into her residence today. They vandalized her house. They vandalized the statue of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, the father of modern-day Bangladesh, and the father of Sheikh Hasina herself. What about Sheikh Hasina? Where does she go now? Reports suggest that after landing at the Hindon Air Force Base in a Bangladesh Air Force aircraft, she may be on her way to London, where she has relatives. The Bangladesh Army is in control of the situation in that country. The Army Chief did a press conference. In that press conference, he said that there is an interim government which is going to be formed, and he's appealed to protesters to stop the killings, to stop the violence, and to ensure that they go home as soon as possible. He's also promised them that all of their demands will be met, and he said that the Bangladesh armed forces will not open fire on any of the protesters. But the big question mark at this juncture, what is the ground situation in Bangladesh? Because it's been absolute, complete anarchy on the streets of Dhaka. The numbers are wildly fluctuating. Lakhs of protesters is what we know, but has that number actually gone up earlier on today to 10 lakh protesters out on the streets of the Bangladeshi capital, as some reports seem to suggest? We don't have that detail just yet. For India, this is a very critical situation. Sheikh Hasina was a close friend of India, and what happens now in that country in a period which might result in a great deal of instability is what India would certainly be worried about. This interim government which comes into place, will they have a firm grip on law and order? What are the contours of any new government which come into place? What is that going to be? But perhaps India's biggest concern right now, and indeed that is the big international concern, is, as I mentioned earlier, peace, a return to law and order, because it is mob justice, vigilante justice in Dhaka, which nobody seems to know where it's headed. In terms of what the government or the army chief now has said in Bangladesh. Let's listen in.
শান্ত হয়ে যায় তাহলে আর কারফিউর কোনো প্রয়োজন নাই, কোনো জরুরি অবস্থার প্রয়োজন নাই, কোনো কারফিউর প্রয়োজন নাই, কোনো গোলাগুলির প্রয়োজন নাই। আমি আদেশ দিয়ে দিয়েছি সেনাবাহিনী কোনো গোলাগুলি করবে না, পুলিশ কোনো গোলাগুলি করবে না।
All right, so that's a brief excerpt of what the Bangladesh Army chief said. He said that, look, the police are not going to be attacking anybody. Please listen to us, work with us, and please go back home. Now, for India, obviously, the border states, whether it's Tripura or it is Bengal, they'll be watching that situation very closely indeed. While parts of the border are fenced, there has always been a problem of illegal migration from Bangladesh into India. Any problem or trouble over there, and if there is a situation which develops with minorities being targeted in Bangladesh, this is a larger concern. It doesn't seem to be the case right now. Then obviously that's something that impacts our border states as well, Bengal for sure. Here's what Mamata Banerjee had to say.
কেউ কোনো সাম্প্রদায়িকতার মূলক আচরণ করবেন না এবং আইন হাতে নেবেন না। যারা বিপদে পড়বে আমাদের ভাই বোনেরা, কারণ এখন অনেকে আছে আমরা গভর্নমেন্ট অফ ইন্ডিয়া এবং গভর্নমেন্ট অফ বাংলাদেশ সেটা দেখে রাখছি। গভর্নমেন্ট অফ ইন্ডিয়া যেভাবে বলবে আমরা সেভাবেই করব। আর আমি সমস্ত পলিটিক্যাল পার্টি লিডারদের অনুরোধ করছি এবং বিশেষ করে সমস্ত জগতের সবাইকে, দয়া করে এমন কিছু পোস্ট করবেন না যাতে কোনো সাম্প্রদায়িক সম্প্রীতি এখানে নষ্ট হয়।
I think the biggest surprise in terms of what's happened in Bangladesh is the speed at which we've had protests escalate into a prime minister having to flee from her own country, a prime minister who's been in power for several terms, and scenes like what you see on your screen, where a bust, a statue of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, who's been idolized around the world, certainly in Bangladesh, the father of Sheikh Hasina herself, is being defiled over there. This was the father of Bangladesh. That is the scene, what happened today. There are also lots of videos of people, of protesters entering the Prime Minister's house, of them lying down on her bed, walking off with couches, walking off with furniture, utensils, all of it, as you can see there on your screen. So it was a free-for-all at the residence or the former residence of Sheikh Hasina. Nobody knows whether she'll be able to come back to Bangladesh, at least anytime soon. And so it's just complete chaos. I mean, scenes which reminded many of the situation in, let us say, Baghdad when Saddam Hussein's regime fell. Ambassador Prabhu Dayal joins us now on the line, and Brigadier V.K. Khanna. Ambassador Dayal, are you surprised at the pace of the developments in Bangladesh despite the intensity of the protests?
Vishnu, I am here in the United States since mid-July, but I've been following the developments in Bangladesh, and I've been very concerned about what has been happening there. What has taken place could not have happened without some external interference. I suspect that there are foreign powers which have been involved in instigating the violence. Of course, there have been street protests, there have been a degree of public anger against the quota system which Sheikh Hasina's government had introduced. But there is no doubt that external powers have played a role in promoting the instability and leading to the overthrow of Sheikh Hasina's government. Now, I would also like to say that I'm concerned because of the fact that Bangladesh is our immediate neighbor. We have been wanting stability in that country. We have been helping to promote economic well-being in Bangladesh, and we have fostered a close relationship with Sheikh Hasina's government. Now, the instability which has now arisen in Bangladesh is of great concern to me because of the fact that we do not want an unstable neighborhood. And I am watching the events in Bangladesh with great concern and anxiety, and I hope that things can settle down there as quickly
All right,
as
Ambassador,
possible.
I'm just interrupting you now because we've got Salman who joins us from Dhaka. He's a reporter near the residence or the former residence of Sheikh Hasina. Salman, thanks very much for being with us. What is the situation on the ground right now? Are these large crowds going back home? Salman, can you hear me?
I'm right now in
Yeah, go
near
ahead,
Kano
Salman.
Bhavan. As you can see, I'm just 100 meters from the Prime Minister's residence, where people have been looting. Some of them are taking plants from the house. Yeah, I've seen on the road people were taking some fans and other loot. But kids, families have come down in the streets to celebrate the victory. You can see the students, the fighters. They are the fighters. They are the real fighters who have got this democracy today.
Salman, is there peace now? Has the violence ended?
And it's the crowded people standing here in front of a bank.
Salman, is that bank being
Oh,
looted?
people are very angry because they can see the Sheikh Hasina's father's name on this building. It's written Bangabandhu Digital University. So they don't like, people are angry. They don't want to see the father of the nation's name on anything. They're very angry, so they're telling to bring it down, bring the signboard down.
All right. Is the army deployed in large numbers? Is the police deployed in large numbers? Is there still violence that you see?
Where they see the Prime Minister's father's name. I will just move forward and show you on the ground how it looks. We are just walking towards Prime Minister's home. It's another few hundred meters from here. As you can see, everyone is rushing freely. They're moving freely. They're celebrating. How are you feeling? I'm feeling. How do you feel that the democracy has come?
Outstanding. It's our freedom. We get freedom after 15 years. We proud our students about our students. But now we have missed Mugdho, Said, and a lot of students actually.
What is your name?
My name is Sanjida Parvi.
What do you do?
I'm a teacher.
Okay. And how do you feel that the students were the big part of this movement? How do you feel?
Yeah, actually, it is, of course, it's a big part our national and international reputation. Actually, we get honor, we get respect, everything, and finally we won. Actually,
thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. So we are moving ahead. Okay, please, can you tell me, how do you feel? Why are you in the street?
Very good, and feeling অনেক ভালো আমাদের বাচ্চারা আমাদের নাতি অনেক কিছু দেখছে যে বাংলাদেশ আপডেট হয়েছে আর একজন মানুষ তো এতটাই থাকা উচিত না ওনাকে চেঞ্জ হওয়া উচিত ছিল যে আমরা আসছি আরেকজন উনি আমার ভাষণ দেয় যে আমি চাই না
All right, Salman, we'll come back to you in a moment. That audio is slightly unclear. If you can just get to near the Prime Minister's house and tell us what the situation there is. Just in terms of the sequence of events for the benefit of our viewer, in the first week of July, these students who were protesting against a quota which had been established for the descendants of freedom fighters of the 1971 war, a 30% quota in government jobs, they started protesting, saying that at a time when there is so much economic uncertainty and unemployment, a quota for those who are the next of kin or the descendants of freedom fighters is unacceptable. And so in the first week of July, they started obstructing railways and roads. University students were part of the protests. They led blockades and protests demanding reforms to the public sector quota system. Prime Minister Hasina dismissed these protests as, and I quote, students wasting their time unnecessarily in the name of the movement. In the third week of July, the protests intensified in Dhaka as reports of 6 people being killed during altercations between protesters and government supporters came to light. The Hasina government shut down schools and universities across the country, imposing a curfew. There were fresh clashes which resulted in at least 32 more deaths and numerous injuries. In the fourth week of July, the Supreme Court of Bangladesh ruled against reinstating job quota. So this was the rollback. However, the ruling of the court did not address the demands of protesters who sought the complete elimination of job reservations for descendants of freedom fighters from the 1971 war. This decision did not satisfy the protesters, and in the first week of August, fresh protests resulted in new fatalities, including 14 police officers. Hundreds of thousands clashed with government supporters, and protesters called for a final protest march on Dhaka, with reports on the 5th of on Monday or today indicating major violence and arson as mobs marched towards the Prime Minister's residence, which they later on entered and vandalized and stole things from. Let's go straight across to NDTV's Disha, who's been tracking all the developments on the ground. Disha, it appears to be still a free-for-all on the streets of Dhaka. What else are you getting in terms of what the situation on the ground is? We'll come back to Disha in a moment. Brigadier Khanna, thanks very much for being with us. How closely would Delhi be looking at this situation? Is there, a reason for our armed forces to be particularly alert?
In fact, we have to go and wait and watch as to whatever is happening there. But I must tell you, in fact, I've taken part in 1971 war, and thereafter, of course, we were invited by the Bangladesh government in 2015, and we met all these Mukti Yodhas who were fought with us in 1971 war also, and during 2008-19 also. At that particular time, also, there was nothing of the sort, whatever is happening out there only. And they, in fact, Mukti Yodhas were like, in fact, our own freedom fighters, like they were also being considered. But I think what has happened in this thing, also, as the ambassador was very rightly saying it, that's, in fact, the reservation became only just an excuse. There are certain, of course, the foreign elements, of course, who, in fact, helped, in fact, making it a big, in fact, they gave it chingari ke andar thoda sa aag bala diya. That is what has happened, and then the whole thing has gone up, and then it became out of the control of the government or something. The army,
there's a lot of breaking news happening, and I just need to update our viewers on a lot of these details. Sheikh Hasina fled her country. What we did know and what we did report and broadcast were images of a helicopter, a Mi-17 helicopter, taking her probably from her residence to the Kurmitola Air Base of the Bangladesh Air Force, where she was put on a C-130J transport of the Bangladesh Air Force. It's a flight that we tracked. It flew over Kolkata, in fact, dipping south, perhaps to try and land in Kolkata. Wasn't allowed, or didn't land, or chose not to land, and then proceeded to New Delhi. It has landed at, we are told, the Hindon Air Force Base. Both the Indian Air Force mum about the situation, the External Affairs Ministry mum about that situation, though we do expect a statement sometime this evening. At the airbase, Hindon Air Base, we now believe that the National Security Advisor Ajit Doval met Sheikh Hasina, received Sheikh Hasina at the Hindon Air Force Base. Now, how long she's going to be in India, we don't know. The earlier information that we had was that she is on her way, or would be on her way to London. My colleague Aishwarya Jain joins us for more on this. Aishwarya, what are you hearing?
Well, the National Security Advisor Ajit Doval received Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina at the Hindon Air Base, and he met Bangladesh PM Sheikh Hasina for an hour. We've been told by our sources that by late night, Sheikh Hasina will be proceeding from Delhi to London, which is certainly as of now unconfirmed, but that's what the sources clearly had been stating to us. But it is NSA, Ajit Doval, and the senior officers from the Indian Air Force as well who received Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, and the meeting between the NSA and Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina went for almost an hour after she landed at the Delhi at Hindon Air Base over there, and certainly there had been the situation that the NSA was apprised by the officials of the Bangladesh Prime Minister as well, who was accompanying her. And later we have been told that the NSA will be apprising the entire situation to the Prime Minister as well later in the evening.
Do we have any idea, Aishwarya, how she's going to get to London? Is it that same Bangladesh Air Force aircraft which is going to take her? Because it doesn't have the range to reach London. So it would necessitate flights or halts elsewhere, which seems difficult. So is India giving Sheikh Hasina a plane to fly to London, or is she being put on a commercial flight to London?
Well, there has been a separate meeting which is also going on at the Ministry of External Affairs, as Jaishankar just left the Parliament after briefing Prime Minister Narendra Modi for almost 15 minutes, and it was, the senior officials from the MEA also conducting a meeting as to how the Indian government can assist Bangladesh Prime Minister as she has to leave to London, and whether the Indian officials will be also accompanying Bangladesh Prime Minister is something that is being sorted out by the Indian government over there. But all assistance is something that the government had confirmed that will be given to Bangladesh Prime Minister, and therefore the reason NSA Ajit Doval had been rushed earlier to Hindon Air Base, where he had given all assurances to the Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina over there, and certainly the logistics are being sorted out. We have no confirmation as to she will be going through a commercial flight from India, or there would be a transit that will be given to Bangladesh Prime Minister. Certainly, this is this is an ongoing development which is going on. A high-profile meeting, we've been told, is also underway at the External Affairs Ministry, whereas Jaishankar, after leaving the Parliament, directly had reached to the Ministry of External Affairs, where he is also conducting a separate meeting and will be apprising the officers who are present over there at the Indian Air Base to communicate to the Bangladesh officials who is accompanying Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina.
All right, Aishwarya, just be with us for a moment. Both Air India and Indigo have now suspended their flights to Bangladesh in view of the situation. So Dhaka airport was shut till 10:30 p.m. local time, and indefinitely flights from India to Bangladesh, of which there are many. Air India, Indigo, possibly other airlines off the top of my head, I don't remember. They are not flying in or out of Bangladesh at this juncture. So the big story that Aishwarya breaking for us, Aishwarya Jain, our correspondent, is that the National Security Advisor Sheikh Hasina has met for more than an hour the former Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina in the Hindon Air Force Base, and it's now really up to how the government allows her to leave this country, whether it's a civil flight or there's an aircraft which is provided to her. We don't have those details. Anything else, Aishwarya, that you can share with us on that meeting?
Well, certainly, as soon as the Parliament just concluded, it was Prime Minister Narendra Modi along with the senior cabinet ministers who were there. It was as soon as the session ended, it was S. Jaishankar who apprised the current situation with the Prime Minister. The meeting lasted for almost 15 minutes, and soon after that, S. Jaishankar left the Parliament and reached the External Affairs Ministry, where he is currently meeting the senior officials from the External Affairs Ministry, and the communication is through to the Hindon Air Base as well from the External Affairs Ministry, and Ajit Doval, who is present over there, senior officials from the Indian Air Force, as well as the Defence Ministry, also apprising the current situation. Now, logistics are being sorted out is something that we have been told by our sources as to how former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina will be leaving India, as the details have been emerging that by late night Sheikh Hasina can leave the country to London. Probably the location has still not been disclosed, but this is something that had been told to us by the top officials from the External Affairs Ministry as well. Remember, there's been a 1 hour long meeting that was held by NSA Ajit Doval at the Indian Air Base with former Prime Minister of Bangladesh Sheikh Hasina. She was received by NSA Ajit Doval himself, and the senior officials from the Indian government also accompanied Mr. Ajit Doval, and the communication line is through from the Foreign Ministry to the Indian Air Base. As far as the logistics are concerned, that is being sorted out, but still, after the all-important meeting which is currently underway, we'll get to know that whether there would be a commercial flight that Sheikh Hasina will be boarding to leave the country, or whether the assistance will be provided to Sheikh Hasina and the other officials who are accompanying former Bangladesh Prime Minister. So it is also, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who was supposed to leave the Parliament a bit early, but he is, we've been told he is still in the Parliament after having all of those meetings. So, what translates in another few hours is something that we will keep updating on to our viewers.
All right, thanks very much, Aishwarya, for bringing us that breaking news. The National Security Advisor Ajit Doval met the former Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina at the Hindon Air Force Base. She will be moving to London later on today Meanwhile, this is important because it affects, air travelers in India. Flights to and from Bangladesh have been indefinitely suspended as a result of the situation on the ground. We've been bringing you images of a free-for-all even now as we speak on the roads of Dhaka. People out protesting, calling this a day of liberation, delighted at Sheikh Hasina having left. She's been very much a very strong leader in that country. She's been re-elected several times, but there have been lots of reports of her being dictatorial and evidently very unpopular. But the pace at which things moved in Bangladesh, from students' protests to people storming into her house, fleeing from Bangladesh, the pace of this is absolutely unexpected and remarkable. But the scenes of joy, the fact that people are choosing quite happily to break down statues of Mujibur Rahman, the father of Bangladesh, reflects the kind of anger on the ground, because Sheikh Hasina, remember, the daughter of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, and the fact that, any association with Sheikh Hasina appears to be something which is unacceptable to these protesters. What have they been protesting? They've been protesting quotas in government jobs as well. I'm sorry, I've got some breaking news coming in. What was that? All right, this is the breaking news that I can share with you now. The National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, who was at the Hindon Air Force Base, where he greeted the former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, who landed over there a couple of hours back. That meeting is now over. Ajit Doval has now left. We do expect a statement from the External Affairs Ministry at some stage today, but perhaps there could be a statement as well in Parliament by the Foreign Minister tomorrow. Let's go across to my colleague Disha, who joins us now, also Shreya. Disha, what exactly are you hearing in terms of the situation on the ground in Bangladesh?
In terms of the situation on the ground in Bangladesh right now, lakhs of people continue to be out on the streets, and there's a sense of anger as well as jubilee. Anger at the government, at former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina and her administration for various reasons. Firstly, for the quota bill, which is what the protest was against, the anti-quota protests were against, but otherwise also because many people in her country, in Bangladesh, considered her rule to be undemocratic, and hence today is in a sense a day of freedom for many of the people in Bangladesh. But in terms of, there's a lot of jubilee in the streets of Bangladesh, because as you mentioned, today is being considered as a day of liberation by the people from the 15 years of former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. So in terms of what's going on in Bangladesh right now, protesters earlier in the day ransacked the Prime Minister's official residence and, took away furniture, cutlery, saris, and completely ransacked and looted the residence. But apart from that, media houses were attacked, the residences and offices of the government offices, as well as the residences of various ministers in the Hasina administration, were also attacked. So, the situation on the ground remains quite fluid and quite dynamic, and there's a sense of violence and turmoil continuing to be in Dhaka and across Bangladesh.
Sure.
While the
hang on a
chief
second,
earlier
Disha. Let's
today
just
did
go
say
across
that,
to Shreya, who's been
he's
tracking all the
instructed
developments as well on the ground. Shreya, outside the Bangladesh High Commission, as I understand it, have there been any reactions from there?
No, there has not been any reaction so far, but then as Bangladesh rages with celebration, here there is the status quo in front of the Bangladesh High Commission office. There has been increased police personnel, and the security has been beefed up since the morning because of the political unrest that has been going on in the neighboring country in Bangladesh. And of course, we know that the former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina has stopped over here in Delhi, and she's expected to fly back to United Kingdom, London later in the day, but it is not confirmed. She's here with her sister, and she of course used the military chopper from Bangladesh, and she left her residence in Dhaka amidst the deadly protests. We know that almost 300 students died because of this, because of the protest that has been raging in in Bangladesh, and they have been demanding the resignation of Sheikh Hasina, and that's why they're celebrating in Bangladesh. But here in Delhi, we know that there's complete presence of this eerie feeling of calm before the storm, because there's no action right now, but the security is it has been tightened, and of course we know that the last time she was in trouble
in front of the Bangladesh High Commission. I can also share that there is a huge concern about the safety of Indian diplomats and of the Indian High Commission in Dhaka and consulates in other parts of the country as well. We're going to take a short break at this stage, come back with the very latest. Stay tuned.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Our $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport, where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
ਉਹਦੀ performance ਸਹੀ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟਸ ਮਿਲੇ.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport, where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
ਉਹਦੀ performance ਸਹੀ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟਸ ਮਿਲੇ.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Well, we continue to track all the developments in Bangladesh very closely. I'm now joined by Sheikh Hasina, the former Foreign Secretary of India. Thanks, sir, very much for being with us. Are you surprised at the pace at which it all collapsed? The fact that, within 24 to 48 hours of the latest round of intense protests, Sheikh Hasina has had to exit her country.
I think, the signs were all there. And in some earlier interviews that I had done, I'd also mentioned that what you see in the form of, quota protests were only the tip of the iceberg. There were many underlying factors that were behind this. And clearly those agitating, the students, etc., had grievances that went beyond opportunities for jobs. It was also to protest against, the difficult economic situation, high inflation, I think lack of opportunities for the youth, a combination of several factors that went into it. And of course, needless to say, I think there was some sentiment that, democracy hadn't really, been followed in a manner that was expected by many of the people, especially the youth, and that there were many governance issues that was also hanging in the balance.
Mr. Shingla, what does this mean for India?
Well, it is a serious development happening in a close neighbor. We share the longest land border with Bangladesh. We have strong people-to-people ties. Of course, trade, investment, and other linkages. But I think most important of all, it impinges on the security of our vital northeastern states and Bengal. And I think from that perspective, this has to be seen. And I think we have to be engaged with a level of, consideration that is very profound. Essentially, engaging with the military and the interim administration that the Chief of Army Staff of Bangladesh has announced will be installed. And I think our messaging should be very clear. My own sense is that we should really ask for the restoration of peace and stability. We should also ask for law and order to be restored. Right now, the streets are controlled by mobs, some of whom are genuine people, but many of them are, radical forces, including Jamatis, Jamaat-e-Islam, the Chhatro Shibir, which is their youth wing. These are pro-Pakistan elements from 1971. And these elements, I think, have to be reined in. They also have to protect people, their own people, especially those who are vulnerable. And finally, of course, from our perspective, what is very important is that we cannot have in place any administration or government that is inimical to our core interests. I think that is absolutely clear, and we cannot compromise on that aspect.
Sheikh Hasina has been a close friend of India. Do you believe that her request to fly into India was something that New Delhi would have immediately accepted, or do you believe there would have been a back and forth at the highest level of government on whether India would want to accept her even for a refueling halt in this country?
So I'm not aware of the circumstances behind her interim halt, but I would say that India has had very close relations with the government of Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. She has had good relations with our leadership. This is not the first time that we have given her asylum of sorts. She had come in when her father Sheikh Mujibur Rahman was assassinated in 1975 and stayed here for several years. So, I mean, from our perspective, I don't think there would have been much, sort of consideration or examination of the request to have her here and receive her here. As you can see, she, flew down to Agartala and then came to Delhi, where reports say that the NSA has also met her.
Yeah.
And I think this is definitely something that we would not hesitate from doing. Having said that, our relationship with Bangladesh is deeper than governments. We have a strong people-to-people connect based on linguistic, cultural, and other affinities. We have very, very close connectivity, which has been strengthened over the last 10 to 15 years. We have strong trade and investment connect today. And I think all of this is basically a reflection of a multifaceted relationship that we enjoy with Bangladesh. And I think that relationship is what could see us continue the closeness and continue the ties that we should have with a neighbor, a close neighbor like Bangladesh, irrespective of developments of the nature that we are seeing.
Ambassador Shingla, is it not awful to see pictures of the father of Bangladesh, Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, the father, of course, also of Sheikh Hasina, his statues being, defiled in the manner in which we are seeing? The hatred seems to extend even for the father of Bangladesh.
Well, I mean, you have to look at it in perspective. In 71, Bangladesh was liberated under the leadership of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. He was revered throughout the country. In 75, he was assassinated. There was a coup d'etat, and those who took power removed him, or rather expunged his name and his contribution from that country's history. When Sheikh Hasina came back to power, she did the right thing by bringing back that contribution, which is an undeniable part of Bangladesh's history. And perhaps history might again see the same, up and down. And also, I think, these are basically symbolic in nature. I think the profound respect that people have for what they call as Bangabandhu, Sheikh Mujibur Rahman will continue, in their hearts and minds. And I have no doubt that, history might, again, sort of see a different phase as you go along and as you see it in retrospect.
All right, Mr. Shingla, thanks very much, sir, for being with us. Joining me at this stage, Chris Blackburn, a political and security analyst, joins me from London. Thanks, Mr. Blackburn, very much for being with us. Are you aware, or can you share any details on what the plan may be as far as Sheikh Hasina is concerned in the United Kingdom? I do know that she has relatives in the United Kingdom. Obviously, the British government would be aware of her plans.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Yeah, you're right. I think it has come as a shock that Sheikh Hasina has left. She does have quite a lot of family in the United Kingdom, so I think she could possibly ask for political asylum here. But I think we've heard reports, I don't know how true they are, that the UK government has rejected that appeal. I think that's just speculation. But I think it will be quite difficult for Sheikh Hasina to come to the UK, because we already have Tariq Rahman, the acting chairman of the opposition in Bangladesh. He's in exile in the United Kingdom for his involvement in corruption and political violence. So it's going to be a very interesting time to see how the United Kingdom actually deals with this. But I think what I think will happen is, I think Sheikh Hasina will stay in India for a week or so, and she will try to work out her next steps. Obviously, this is a very fresh, developing situation. I don't have any real facts on the ground from a team, because obviously they've been in a state of transit. But I think things will become clearer over the next sort of days and weeks.
That's interesting. What you are suggesting is that the United Kingdom hasn't accepted her at the moment.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what the official status of the British sort of Foreign and Commonwealth Office is, but I think it will be quite difficult for Sheikh Hasina to be given political asylum in the UK. But who knows? The UK has been a place where others have sought refuge in the past, so perhaps she will ultimately end up in the United Kingdom. I just don't know, but I think it's probably one of the most likeliest locations for her to seek political asylum.
There is a mob out of the streets of Dhaka right now. Irrespective of what the army chief may have said, there is no immediate indicator of people having left. It's just been a couple of hours. One would hope that they do leave. But is that the real concern now, that going forward there is anarchy on the roads of Dhaka and there is no clear sign of how that ends? And this is quite separate and apart from the Sheikh Hasina story.
Yeah. Yeah, I completely agree. It's absolute anarchy. What we've seen, there's been attacks on Hindus, and we've seen that yesterday, and we've seen evidence of that today. We've also seen that there's been attacks on obviously the residences. There's been attacks on hospitals in the last couple of days. So it's a very bad situation, and hopefully this new administration will be able to get a handle on that, because I think the real worry is that extremists, and they are extremists in Bangladesh, who seek this opportunity to really push for power. I was given a photograph not just half an hour ago where we saw Taliban flags being waved alongside Bangladesh flags. So there is a real prospect for this to get serious, and I hope the new administration can restore law and order in Bangladesh and put in a new sort of reform package where we will see peace and prosperity in the region. The former foreign secretary said there's lots of good things that have come out of Bangladesh over the years, and Sheikh Hasina has led that. India just wants a friendly neighbor. It doesn't need another Pakistan in Bangladesh, and unfortunately, there are elements in Bangladesh who deliberately and will want that.
All right, Chris Blackburn, a matter of huge concern, I mean, globally at this stage. Thanks very much for being with us. Thanks very much indeed. I'm joined by my colleague Saurabh Gupta right now. Saurabh, anything that you can share with us on the ground situation? The internet has been on and off. There's a curfew which is in place. There's a mob still out on the roads. Who's in charge right now?
No one, and that's actually the biggest problem, because what has happened is that Sheikh Hasina has resigned. An interim government has not yet been formed. The army chief has said no firing. So basically it's a free-for-all on the streets of Dhaka. Parliament is occupied. Ganabhavan, Sheikh Hasina's residence, has been stormed, vandalized, ransacked and looted. What we also know is that TV stations have been attacked. The Dhaka airport is also shut till 10:30 in the night for the situation that's prevailing on the streets. Chaos, anarchy prevails till at least an interim government is formed. And, I was just hearing the conversation that you were having earlier, Vishnu, and that's perhaps the biggest worry, because this is right in our backyard. This is our region. The Indian Ocean region is extremely important to India, and Bangladesh is an extremely, extremely significant partner. And unfortunately, I did hear the gentleman speak about some elements that are there, and those elements could be a problem. But obviously one hopes that there is an interim government in Bangladesh soon that will perhaps restore some sort of normalcy, order, and give Bangladesh a break from the chaos and anarchy that has prevailed in the streets for the last few hours. Like I said, Parliament occupied, the Prime Minister's residence, or the former Prime Minister, I should say now, former Prime Minister's residence ransacked, looted, vandalized and breached, airport shut, TV stations attacked, no government, absolute chaos. And that's something that Bangladesh needs to get over as soon as possible. And one hopes that by the end of the day, there will be an interim government, and we will hear about an announcement on that.
All right, Saurabh, thanks. And just be with us for a while. What I'm going to do at this stage is just remind our viewers of what's been a day of dramatic developments. The helicopter on your right is a helicopter used by the former Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina to exit her residence. She flew presumably to the Kurmitola Air Base. From the Kurmitola Air Base, she boarded a C-130J Bangladesh Air Force Hercules transport aircraft, which flew right over Kolkata, didn't land over there, but then landed up at the Hindon Air Force Base. That's near Delhi, just on the outskirts. It's within the National Capital Region of Delhi. The National Security Advisor, Ajit Doval, met her for more than an hour trying to understand what the situation on the ground was. And now there are some reports which suggest that she's going to be on her way to London. But as experts, including Chris Blackburn, the political and security analyst from London, sort of telling us, one shouldn't assume right away that her exit route to the United Kingdom is going to necessarily be that easy. We are still awaiting statements from the United Kingdom on whether they would accept her, they would grant her asylum. We do know that she has relatives But that's something that we don't know of at the moment. So is she going to actually be in India for a period of time, or is she going to, as has been expected till now, board a civilian aircraft and fly to London, or be put on a hired aircraft, or at least, and then sent to the United Kingdom? Is there a third area, a third nation, or another nation which she might actually go to? Those are things that at this juncture we don't know. But on the left-hand side of your screen is that crazy situation on the streets of Dhaka, where protesters entered a home. They made off with furniture, with utensils. They pilfered things. They tried to break down a statue of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, her father, who was also the father of Bangladesh. These are the crazy scenes inside a house. And in as much as the army now appears to be in charge, and an interim government is now being formed, and there has been a press conference by the army chief, the fact that you continue to see large numbers of people out on the streets of Dhaka and in a complete free-for-all is a matter of huge concern. Many of the people, the protesters, and some of whom are stringers on the ground, spoke to and reported for us, said that this was another day of independence, this was a revival of democracy, this was a day of freedom. Massive hatred for Sheikh Hasina, quite evident. People didn't like her at all. She was known to rule with an iron fist, and at some stage that gave. Now, that may be the case, and that may be a rebellion, or, as far as people are concerned on the ground, a day of freedom. But where does that leave Bangladesh now, a country that's seen a fair amount of economic progress over the last several years, development and true development in so many areas? Does it leave it in a state of anarchy or of chaos? Zulkarnain Sair Khan joins us once again. Mr. Khan, thanks very much for being back with us. What are you hearing about the situation on the streets of Dhaka right now? Is anybody in charge?
At this moment, as you can see, that the crowd is very much jubilant. They are all out, and they are celebrating in a way that the country has been liberated again, liberated from the draconian rule of an oppressor, an authoritarian ruler. So it's quite natural that they would celebrate this way, because all these years, they have lived under fear. It was not really allowed to criticize the government of Sheikh Hasina. It was not really allowed to speak against her or criticize her or her cabinet members. And, people were suppressed in a way that they were even afraid to talk about the wrong activities which were taking place in Bangladesh. But now, as the fear circle is not there anymore, as they have successfully removed Sheikh Hasina from her position, Sheikh Hasina had to flee the country. Now they are celebrating. And I think, of course, they will celebrate maybe for a day or two, but in some places there are sounds of news of vandalism coming through, and we are hearing that members of Amal League are attacking certain places and trying to blame it on the
Sure, but
protesters.
Mr. Khan, let me ask you something else. There is an assumption that she's been given asylum in the United Kingdom. We haven't seen any statement from the United Kingdom at all. So is she likely to be in India for a while until things get sorted out, or?
Well, I personally feel that the UK would be reluctant to give her any kind of asylum or anything as such, because the murder that has been happening in Bangladesh, like even yesterday, there were 100 people killed by security forces, and before that, we had more than 300 people died in the hands of security forces. And all by the instruction of Sheikh Hasina. The military, police, rapid action battalion, they even used sniper guns to kill students. So we have seen children, young students murdered with sniper gunshots. So Sheikh Hasina will have to take the responsibility. So if a country like UK or India allows her to stay, then how do we Bangladeshis hold her responsible? Then she will have a safe haven somewhere. So anybody who gives her safe haven or gives her some kind of protection will have to come under a microscope tomorrow. That why are you allowing such a dictator to be in a safe place.
Right. All right. Well, thanks very much for being with us. Just by way of information, she landed at the Hindon Air Force Base in the National Capital Region of Delhi some time back. The National Security Advisor Ajit Doval met her, spoke for more than an hour with her, Sheikh Hasina, the former Prime Minister. Some reports suggested that she might be on her way to the United Kingdom, where she's got relatives, but at this juncture, there has not been any statement, at least none that we're aware of, from the United Kingdom allowing her asylum or being willing to have her back there, which then therefore means that she might be in India for some period of time until things get sorted out, or whether she has been accepted into another nation. So we don't really know what the situation on the ground with Sheikh Hasina is. We are hopeful of getting a statement from the government, the External Affairs Ministry, in some time. But India has allowed her aircraft to fly in and to the Hindon Air Force Base. What happens next is anybody's guess at this stage. But there are two or three things over here which clearly worry India now going forward. Sheikh Hasina is a past chapter. It's obviously of great interest right now. But the situation on the ground, where there are mobs out there completely out of control, A, that's unclear. B, what is the nature of the interim government which is going to come into play? There are extremist elements in Bangladesh. Sheikh Hasina dealt with them with a very firm hand. Are they going to have some sort of say in the Bangladeshi polity? If so, what does it mean for India? This is an extremely sensitive area. It always has been. And therefore, going forward, what are the contours of stability in Bangladesh? Will there be stability or not? That's what needs to be seen. We take a short break, come back with more.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत ही performance सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. बनेगा स्वस्थ इंडिया, one world hygiene.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत ही performance सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is
It's an ugly end to Sheikh Hasina's 15-year rule. The former Prime Minister quits and leaves Bangladesh. Army takes over the country and plans an interim government. Government overthrown and chaos is there on the streets of Bangladesh. Protesters take over Sheikh Hasina's residence, parliament ransacked, Awami League offices set on fire. Protesters also vandalize Mujibur Rahman's statue. Army chief appeals for peace. Forces won't open fire, he says. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval meets Sheikh Hasina at Indian Air Force Air Base. As she arrives in Delhi, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar briefs Prime Minister Modi amidst Bangladesh crisis. Images that sum up the day. Bangladesh's former founder and father of the nation, Sheikh Mujib's statue being vandalized by protesters. It was a day of fast-paced and dramatic developments. Sheikh Hasina quit as Bangladesh's prime minister and army moved in to take control amidst violent protests demanding her ouster. Country's army chief, General Waqizur Rahman Zama, told the media that the army will form an interim government and appeal protesters to return to the path of peace. Sheikh Hasina, who started her 5th term earlier this year, left Dhaka in a military aircraft. The protests in Bangladesh, which began last month, swiftly escalated, and it started, remember, as an agitation against quota system over what was seen as a decision which was seen as undemocratic by the government. What the government has done was it had created a quota of 30% of government jobs which are reserved for family members of Mukti Juddhas, those who fought in Bangladesh's War of Independence in 1971. What is the situation on ground? We'll try and connect with our reporter as well. But first, let me bring in the guest. Lieutenant General Ata Hasnain is joining us. We have Nitin Pai, Director of the Takshila Institute, and Salim Samad. senior journalist. Nitin, I'm beginning with you. I was looking at the tweet which you have put out. Once a pro-democracy figure, a leader that the world saw a bulwark against Islamic extremism, presided over high economic rate, and then she turned into autocrat and authoritarian. Is that what will be the legacy of Sheikh Hasina? You have to unmute yourself, Nitin.
Yeah, it's difficult to keep me silent though. Anyway, so I think that's probably going to be the legacy unless there's another chapter in a political life. In some ways, it's quite disappointing because we grew up seeing Sheikh Hasina as the bulwark of democracy, fighting against military rule, bringing back democracy and secular democracy to Bangladesh, and doing quite well in both ensuring some kind of economic order and some kind of political stability in the last 15, 20 years. In that sense, she was the best choice for India. But, you know, power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. And I think over the past 10 years, it has been a steady decline in the way she handled the power that was entrusted to her. It could have been a very different story, but I guess we are not in a position to second guess what her thought processes were. But I think it was a terrible kind of an end to a great sort of career.
And Lieutenant General Atta Hasnain, the role of the army here becomes very, very important because everybody is watching out for every statement which is being made by the army chief. How is the situation different from what we have seen, say, in Pakistan?
Hey, Maria, thank you first of all for inviting me for your very important show. While I agree with my friend Nitin very much with what he says, but at the same time, if I may just add that for the last 10 years perhaps, Sheikh Hasina was battling against the odds. There was a huge backlash of radicalism, sponsored, if I may say, from across our other side of the borders, that's from Pakistan, and with attempts perhaps even from beyond to try and create some kind of, to extend the arc of radical Islam into Bangladesh. The portents of that were always there in Bangladesh. She was a bulwark against it. And in the last couple of years, she was resisting it even more. And one of the reasons why you look at her non-democratic credentials in this particular period in the last few years is primarily because she was the one who was actually battling the radicals all this while. I remind you of 2015 when the ISIS made serious attempts to get into Bangladesh at that time. If ISIS had succeeded in getting into Bangladesh, I can tell you the security situation for India in the northeast and on our borders with Bangladesh would have been something very different. Having said that, as far as the Bangladesh army is concerned, I think I know the army reasonably well. I have served with the Bangladesh army in the United Nations. And I can say that there is a clear-cut division within the army. There are pragmatic, secular people, right-thinking people there, but there is an element of radicalism also within the army. And therefore, at this moment, there will be all kinds of tugs and pulls in all different directions, which will go on. Very early to say which side will ultimately emerge the victor. But I, for one, would not have liked to be in the situation or position of the Bangladesh army chief at this time. It's a very, very challenging situation for him because having known the history of Bangladesh, radicals in the streets, radicals everywhere, this is going to be one testing time for them.
Salim,
Maria.
I'm coming to you now because, of course, this is a developing situation. We do not know what will happen in the next 24 to 48 hours because the army says that they would be forming the government. It will be an interim government. So are we looking at elections in perhaps immediate term, in a matter of few weeks? Would you suggest that?
Thank you very much. First of all, you have correctly said about the army is having a new interim government. Interim government, according to the Constitution of Bangladesh, will have an election in 90 days. So the interim government has no other mandate according to the constitution. They cannot enact a new laws, or they cannot rush away or amend the law. They only have to have the election free and fair and inclusive election in the 90 days. So once there is a 90 days, of course, there will be a lot of fear, and there will be the major three political parties will be the contestant, because there is no fourth party, there is no fifth party. The of course the Awami League, which has been routed out in this revolution, and the second is of course the Bangladesh Nationalist Party, which we talk about, and of course the third is the loyal opposition in the parliament for the last 15 years, which is Jatiya Party. Unfortunately, the last two parties were created or formed or floated by the military generals. So obviously you can understand there's only one party.
Salim, if I may ask you, since you're joining us from Dhaka, in terms of the situation on ground, essentials, how are they placed for the ordinary people who are not protesting? Because of course this is a student-led movement which has taken this shape. But what about ordinary citizens of the country?
You will be surprised if you look at it from the last 72 hours. You will find the the middle class, the working class, including the rickshaw puller, the vendors in the street. They all joined the protest. You may not believe me, but we can take the footage. You'll find the rickshaw pullers. They have carried bottles, water bottles, to serve to the protesters who are literally basking under the sun, this hot sun. So you can understand that so much of people have been there. You will find thousands of guardians of the students, of other students and seniors. They have also joined the protest. The academicians, the cultural groups, the civil society, they were all in the streets of Dhaka for the last 72 hours. So it is of course a student protest, which has now today has turned into a victory celebration.
Okay, so it's a day of victory celebration which is playing out in Dhaka. But Nitin Pai, the protesters called themselves Long March to Dhaka. That was seen as a movement of defiance, but this movement of defiance has led to an exit of a government of 5 terms. I mean, she was in a 5th term, clearly. Yes. Yes, I will bring in Salman Saeed, but a word from you also, Nitin. Why did the Prime Minister not see this coming, in the sense that there were protests in the past as well, but at that time, these protesters did not have the support of the army? Do you think that made it worse, that there was an attempt to sabotage it from within?
Yeah, first of all, I think I would like to caution everyone to stop looking at things in black or white or good or bad. You know, who's the good guy? Who are the good guys here? Who are the bad guys here, right? Because these are actors playing for politics, trying to achieve political power, whether it's the students, the interim government, or the people in the armed forces, etc. So once we take that lens off and try and look at the situation objectively, I think we'll be able to make better sense from this. We won't get carried away with romantic notions of a great people's revolution leading to democracy and so on. We just don't know how this movie is going to end, right? Now, why didn't Sheikh Hasina see this? I think, see, first of all, it's not new. You know, this is not something that started in July. There's been a ferment of unrest, there's been ferment of protest, boycotts, etc., going on for the last year or so, precipitating in an election. But I think the Awami League had so much power that they stopped really looking at feedback. You tend to believe that you're powerful enough to cross any hurdle. And these protests will be like the protests which you just defeated 6 months ago. So, you tend to believe that you have more power and more hold on power than you really do, especially because people don't give you bad news. In a situation like where Sheikh Hasina was, I'm sure you couldn't go to her and say, ma'am, we have bad news, because the people bringing bad news would actually be sort of cancelled out, right? Pushed out of power. So it's like driving a car after you've broken your dashboard, your rearview mirrors, and your fuel gauge, and just pressing the accelerator. At some point, it's going to give. And I think that is the lesson which comes out of the current situation in Bangladesh.
Okay, let me bring in Salman Saeed, who's joining us from Dhaka. He is in fact 200 meters away from Gana Bhavan, which was stormed and vandalized just some time back. Over to you, Salman. Speak to the protesters. What is the sense on the ground?
I'll just make a correction. I'm not exactly 200. It's few hundred meters away, very close to the Prime Minister's home. You can see the people standing behind me. They were telling me we went inside for the first time in our life. And I'll just connect with one guy. আমাকে একটু বলবেন আপনারা ইয়েতে প্রধানমন্ত্রী বাসায় গিয়ে কি দেখেছিলেন? আমরা সেখানে দেখছি উল্লাসিত জনতার ঢল। আমরা এমন একটা অবস্থায় এই পর্যন্ত জীবনযাপন করেছি, সেটা হচ্ছে আমরা কখনো ফেসবুকে একটা ভিডিও দেখলে বা একটা পিকচার দেখলে লাইক দেওয়ার মতো সাহস আমাদের ছিল না। এতটা আতঙ্কের ভিতরে বীর বাঙালি জীবনযাপন করতে হয়েছে। এমনকি বাবা মায়ের সাথে একটা সন্তান তার স্বাধীন সম্পর্কে, তার ব্যক্তি সম্পর্কে, বাংলাদেশ সম্পর্কে কথা বলতে পারতো না, এখন হয় আতঙ্কে। এখন মনে হয় এই বাঙালি এত বিজয় লাভ করতে পারে, এত উল্লাসিত, যেটা মনে হয় না স্বাভাবিক ভাষায় কাউকে বোঝানো যাবে। আমরা very happy, very happy, very happy. So basically he said he has, after so long, he's seen people celebrating inside the home. There has been a freedom of speech. All these years, they couldn't even talk to their parents or put like on Facebook, on anything against the government. But now they're very happy that democracy will come back and they have the freedom of speech. They are trying to talk freely, in open, in public, which was never possible in last decade or two, I would say.
Salman, if you can hear me, Salman, if you can hear me,
yes, I can.
You know, the sense certainly right now is a sense of jubilation. Here is the Prime Minister who has left the country. Is there also some sense among some section of people that she should have faced the law, she should have been around them, you know, even if it was about ouster of the Prime Minister, it should not have meant, you know, it should not have been about her exit rather than she facing the law?
Basically, it's too early to say find those kind of people. As I was on the streets of Dhaka, I went to the Shahbag and I moved from Shahbag, where actually the students' protest started, and then I moved to the Prime Minister's house. All the places I've seen, people are really angry, and they're happy that she left. And if they would have got her, then maybe there would have been a different kind of vandalization, or she would have been like, you know, there would be a massacre. But thank God, it has. She can't have escaped. She escaped alive. But people want to bring them to justice who are still there. There is no police on the street. There are still police stations that have been being burned down and looted. It's not safe at the moment in the streets of Dhaka because of law and order is currently not in place. But I'm sure I've seen the common people exchanging flowers and greetings to the military. Yeah, I've seen students and then political party people in the streets celebrating and saying, you know, we will just now have to wait for the democracy to return and the country to run in proper law and order. Freedom of speech has come back, and they will hope that country will log. And the students, you know, who were unarmed, who died in this protest, were really, you know, happy that now they will have democracy. Now they see a bright future. They want no more corruption in this country. They want a corruption-free Bangladesh. That's what they have told me.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us. Salman Saeed there reporting for NDTV from Dhaka. Joining us now is Aisha Siddiqa, renowned author and Pakistani political scientist. Aisha, thank you so much. How are you viewing the developments in the neighborhood in Bangladesh, given that Sheikh Hasina has fled the country and now that there is an interim government? What kind of impact will it have on all the countries, be it India or Pakistan?
See, firstly, I think we were kind of expecting this thing to happen. Reason being that Sheikh Hasina, I mean, just imagine 3 rigged elections, control of, politics, control of opposition parties, and then after COVID, not managing to, kind of build up the economy or sustain the economy or economic growth patterns that were there. People were unhappy. And the other thing is that because of her very peculiar politics, which is, very partisan politics, she wasn't including other people, the support Awami League into the political conversation. So a very one-sided linear politics. So this was expected that this is going to happen. And the kind of, it was an authoritarian government. So it had to go, people were fed up, people were unhappy. So that's one. Now, the impact it will have on the region, of course, it will affect relations with India. Not that they're going to be sour, but Sheikh Hasina was entirely dependent on India. And somehow the Indian government in Delhi wasn't making an effort to also reach out and connect with the BNP, Bangladesh National Party, and with Khalida, Begum Khalida Zia, and other stakeholders. So that would be a disadvantage for India. As far as Pakistan is concerned, of course, there would be, there'll be a sigh of relief because Awami League and Sheikh Hasina was seen as very anti-Pakistan. They were trying, Islamabad had been trying hard to make an effort to kind of reconnect, but that wasn't successful. So I'm sure that they are going to be watched carefully who is going to be the next one in. It's important to watch the interim government because even if Begum Khalda Zia comes in, if there are next elections, let's see what's there in store for Bangladesh politics. But definitely the students, the new political class, the younger generation will have an impact. They will be also on the negotiating table. So let's see where it goes.
And Aisha, in terms of how events have panned out, here is a prime minister who earlier this year was sworn in for a 5th term, and then things start going south completely and she had to leave the country. Do you think that she did not see this coming? And just look at the sheer dramatic nature of these developments. Her father's statue was smashed. Do you think Sheikh Hasina has ruined the legacy of her father?
Of course. I mean, let's be very fair and honest. I mean, Sheikh Mujib himself was, fairly authoritarian in his attitude, but, perhaps he didn't know any better. And when you are a founding father and when you're trying to create a new nation, who perhaps are tempted to become more authoritarian, depending on, especially if you don't have a team of people around you. But what Sheikh Hasina has done in the name of getting her party back, her influence back, she was totally dependent on the police force, police and intelligence, and she had even rubbed the army the wrong way, the Bangladesh military. So she didn't have too many friends over there. Then amongst the people, I mean, look, I am based in the UK at the moment, and every second Bangladeshi that I come across was anti-Awami League. So one was wondering, when she was in government, one used to wonder, I mean, that, talking to the Bangladeshis there in the UK, that what kind of politics do they have? Do they not understand reality of their own country? But it seems that their own prime minister didn't understand the reality of their own country, that, you can't push linear politics, entirely and all the time. Especially the last nail in the coffin was giving all those facilities to war veterans, to Mukti Bahani war veterans. When there is a country where you have where there are jobless youth, and when there's a lack of and a need for economic growth. So her policies were too one-sided, and of course, last but not the least, instead of looking internally at balancing her politics and negotiating with her opposition, she was constantly looking towards New Delhi and getting a support from there. And I think what has also changed is that with 2024 elections in Delhi, which is completely distracted, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his BJP, and they perhaps can't help her the way they've done in the past.
You know, even as we speak, former Prime Minister Hasina is in New Delhi and she's likely to fly out to London. Just look at her legacy in terms of what she was. She was the country's, in fact, she was Bangladesh's first female prime minister, and she brought about economic reforms and liberalization. Which year do you think things started going wrong with her and her decisions?
You know, when she kind of started manipulating the first elections. I mean, it's a process. You know, the simple answer is that if you represented the legacy of a party which had built Bangladesh, then you would have to understand that Bangladesh has evolved over years. There are other stakeholders as well. There is the BNP. There are more conservative parties as well. I mean, she was doing a very one-sided kind of a politics, and I don't think at this stage India is in a position to save her. At best, they can save her life and not kind of throw her out of Delhi and not send her back to Bangladesh, where she probably gets arrested. But I don't think many people can help her. That is, what has happened is that post Second World War, politics in all these countries around the world, especially in the developing countries, has changed. The expectations have changed. There is a younger generation. There is technology. There is social media. And you can't run a country's politics as you would maybe 20 years ago. And this is where she completely misread.
Aisha, my last question to you, because we are witnessing a great degree of turmoil around the world. Multiple countries are at war. Ukraine, Russia, there is Israel, Iran tension ongoing as well. But when we look at Asia, there only recently there was that entire coup that played out in Sri Lanka. If we focus on Bangladesh today, what do you think will be the likely fallout of this in the entire Asian countries?
Well, this is too wide a question. I mean, China itself is a subcontinent, and its politics authoritarian, different. China and Bangladesh have, basically they have financial ties, they have economic ties. China invests in Bangladesh, and so does United States. Bangladesh's ties with both the West and China and India. I think all these relations will remain the same. Nothing is going to shift majorly. But the interim government will be more focused on balancing domestic politics.
All right. Aisha, thank you so much for joining us and sharing your thoughts on NDTV. Let me go back to the guests. Sultan Muhammad Zakaria, co-founder of Bangladeshi Diaspora for Justice and Accountability, is also joining us now. I've been following all your tweets very, very closely because you have been, tracking the developments very, very, as it has been unfolding. It's a historic moment, as you say, as people of Bangladesh now reclaim the place from where illegal orders were made to murder them. But you also say, Sultan, that Sheikh Hasina should be tried in International Criminal Court.
Yes, she should be.
Is that likely to happen now, given the developments that she has already fled the country?
Well, that's the effort that we have to make, because she has a lot of blood in her hands. Just if you can imagine, in the span of 48 hours, the number of young people she killed, her forces and her student wings killed on the behest of her. it's unprecedented, not only in Bangladesh's history. I think in contemporary, you can't show me in anywhere in the world that in 48 hours, a ruler of a country killed 300 people of their own, young people, students, men and women. Most of them are teenagers. And then in the span of these 2 weeks, the official figure is almost like 450 plus, and unofficial figure, because the Sheikh Hasina's regime, she sent the DGFI and the intelligence agencies to take the death register from the hospitals of officials, both the private and public, were told not to disclose any information about the disease, any information about how many people are wounded, and etc. She had a carnage. She laid a carnage on her own people for the last 2 weeks, and that's just only one aspect of her crime. In my lifetime, I have never seen police and security forces shooting at protesters indiscriminately like this.
Okay. Sultan, continue to be with us because Nitin Pai will be, exiting the panel in just a bit. So Nitin, a word from you. What is likely to happen in Bangladesh in the next 1 week? Okay, I think we have lost that connection with Nitin Pai. Lieutenant General, okay. Nitin, if you heard me, what is likely to happen in Bangladesh?
Bangladesh is a very sophisticated polity. The people are politically mature, they're politically aware, and they're politically empowered. There are very strong political parties which represent various sections of society. So you're going to see a contestation, right? A lot depends on the army and the interim government it creates. If the interim government by the army, created by the army, goes ahead and restores democracy, elections, etc., we are going to see a good outcome. But as many people know, that armies and interim governments really don't go together. General Musharraf formed an interim government which lasted almost like 15 years in one way or the other, right? So we just hope that the army doesn't retain power in the way it does, because that's going to export a whole lot of different kinds of vectors of disorder to different parts of the world. So we should hope that the interim government conducts elections, and whichever party comes to power is a party which India will have to deal with. And the party in Dhaka will have to deal with India, who is in power. So I think the fact that who is on which side is a little overdone. We should just hope that stability returns, and it's a form of stability where there is some kind of a constitutional liberal democracy at play, and not some whimsical military dictator who retains power.
All right, Nitin, thank you so much. I would request all the panelists to continue to be with us. This remains our top focus here on NDTV. A short break and then I return.
International Airport, where we're showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत ही performance सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत ही performance सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Welcome back. Sheikh Hasina, who had ruled Bangladesh since 2009 and had in fact defied weeks of demands that were coming from protesters, had to leave Bangladesh today. She is presently in India and is likely to fly out to London any moment. Even as we speak, protests are continuing in Bangladesh. The protesters who have called themselves for peace have been protesters for supporting long march to Dhaka, have now taken charge of the country. The army is saying that they will be forming an interim government. Let me go back to the guests and bring in Lieutenant General Ata Hasnain. Lieutenant General Ata Hasnain, even as we speak, there is important Cabinet Committee on Security Affairs meeting happening at Prime Minister's residence. What are the security challenges for India with the developments in the neighborhood?
See, Maria, as far as India is concerned, for us, our near abroad, the neighborhood policy remains one of the most important security considerations as a part of our overall foreign policy. And within the neighborhood first policy, I think Bangladesh virtually stands.
Yes.
Yes, but I think it is Bangladesh, the border, the long border with Bangladesh, which stands out perhaps the most important, the one. We can't afford instability in this part of the region. You know, we have got a very narrow, you know about the Siliguri corridor, we've got a very narrow corridor going into the northeast. Bangladesh in the middle is stable. If as a stable country in the middle, a stable region, obviously it provides an add-on security to this entire region. With the kind of instability there at the moment and no certainty as to who is going to be in charge of this in the very near future, there is obviously a lot of room for concern as far as the government of India is concerned. The issue is not just that of another government coming or that of the army continuing. It's the issue which is troubling almost the entire world. The issue of extremist, the aspect of radicalism. Now, this is an aspect, an entity which has been troubling Bangladesh for so long. And Bangladesh, in fact, Sheikh Hasina was the bulwark against it. She's the one who fought against this all these years. One of the reasons why perhaps she took her eyes off the scanner was the fact that she was so deeply embroiled into countering this, which was all in our interest. And that's one of the major reasons why the relationship with Sheikh Hasina and India was always so strong. So obviously at this time when the first day itself, the degree of uncertainty with no certainty as to who is going to be in charge tomorrow, this is something that we will have to contend with. But our options are there. Whatever happens, we need to have a good working relationship with whichever government comes to power in Bangladesh, with the Bangladesh army itself, and a good relationship with the people of Bangladesh, because this is not an area where we can afford to have anything going wrong as far as our security is concerned.
Okay. Riazul Islam is Senior Vice President of Bangladesh Association of International Recruiting Agencies. He's joining me from Dhaka. We also have Anjit Sen, International Affairs expert. Riazul Islam, coming to you, you know, the general sense among the youth has been that here is a government which was corrupt. They were responsible for providing them jobs, which has increased, you know, there was a great degree of joblessness in the country. The restlessness among the youth had been growing. Where do you think the government got it horribly wrong? Why didn't they sense this coming if the youth had taken to the streets?
Well, Mario, hi, good evening. We have a host of very knowledgeable people. This is definitely a breaking news globally. And thankfully, we just, came across a very great deal of anxiety and tension. Your question regarding the student uproar and the overall thing is that, yes, taken by Sheikh Hasina was that I think she took a bit of long time to realize the situation, because the youths for long they have been murmuring over the quota issue because they are unemployed. It takes quite a bit of money to get graduation or to get a high degree. And after all that 6 years of toiling in the university, if they're jobless, definitely there's a level of frustration. So that crept up, and there were corruption in other level too. The full thing boiled, in a pressure cooker situation, and it was very difficult for the government to absorb it. Like corruption was there plentiful. Then the dealing with the government student section was a bit what I would say unrealistic. They gave them a free hand. So coupling of all this thing together and the quota issue was really the main point.
The question
And
is
Sheikh Hasina did.
that can the army really address the concerns of the students in the immediate run, in the short term?
Well, Maria, I'm glad to say in a very positive note, the army did a splendid job. And before the army gave the verdict or they'll come to settle the issue, our High Court has already given the verdict that they have already accepted the quota issue, and the students should be happy to have gone home. But unfortunately, there were some few, unfinished homework by the police and by the intelligence department. They have manhandled the pioneers of the issue. They manhandled them severely, and that erupted into a big blast. You see, they were taken in the special branch, and they said they were tortured, they were harassed, they were forced to make a statement which was not true. So, and when they were released, they come out and they spill the beans, and that led to the problem, and it was too much to handle. And thankfully, that we did come out of a big scare. There could have been a civil war. There could have been a huge casualty of life. Thankfully, it seems to be in a good note now, under control. Army has done a splendid job. I'm sure about that.
Okay. But Anjit Sen, is there a sense that Sheikh Hasina quitting, leaving Bangladesh is really not good news for India, given the kind of hardliners that have taken, charge in many ways in this entire region, and of course they have an underwritten support by China?
Well, yes, I would say, from an Indian standpoint, it's very important that certainly that the Army League government, which was in power, would have stayed on. But now with the power gone, and with if the BNP Jamaat combined come in place, or even the interim government which is in place right now, from that perspective, I think India has a lot of road to travel from, compared to what it had done over the past 15 years when Hasina was in power. So it's still to be seen as to how things go ahead, because the drama is still not over. it's there are still quite a few things which are going to happen in Bangladesh as we will see in the near future.
Okay. Sultan, I want to understand from you, because there are reports that I'm reading that the country's military and other security forces had stopped supporting, Sheikh Hasina's government through this entire unrest. That they had started backing the protesters more than the government. They were not really playing as much role as the Prime Minister would have wanted in curbing these protests.
Well, this is a very technical question. Yes, I would answer to that. That actually there was, there was unrest boiling in the few sectorial issue. Like, so there was quite a few issue, and that all, boiled up, and the pressure cooker lid was up. It ended with these issues. So there was a good platform to finish other grievances. They put all other grievances as one, and the lid went off. And it was too hard to control for Sheikh Hasina to, bring this huge, chaos and huge cacophony into order. It was beyond her control. That would lead to a civil war.
Sultan, would you respond to that question as well, please?
Sorry?
Sure. Could you repeat the question, because
yes, my question is the role of the army and the security forces when the protests peaked.
Got it. Okay. I think that's partly correct, because we know that when Sheikh Hasina deployed army on 18th July, I suppose, and at that time army tried to actually contain the violence, contain the protesters, shot at them, I think killed some people. And we have seen a lieutenant, an officer with the lieutenant rank or above, he himself shot at protesters. But I think after those few scenes, there was a huge rancor within the rank and file of the army. Because you have to remember that Sheikh Hasina is an extremely unpopular leader, not only among the masses, but also among the officers and the soldiers. She ruled the country with the iron fist, with the brutality and violence. And unfortunately, the brutality and the violence that actually bringing her down, brought her down. So army initially, I mean, some of the rogue elements within the army that is extremely loyal to her, they engaged with the protesters violently. But then again, as I mentioned, there was a huge pushback from the army, from the people, and there was a massive social media campaign leveling the army as a traitor and etc. So army got really nervous, and also the diaspora people played an excellent, huge role. The entire diaspora of 10 million people, I would say majority of them, I have never seen in my life that diaspora has mobilized this much. Hundreds of letters have been sent to UN mission and the UN and etc. And we are organizing the ICC thing. So the pressure was mounting from all sides, and army found it in a very impossible fix. Either they have to protect Sheikh Hasina and inflict further damage to their own reputation, risk their UN mission and etc. But also I think army was losing legitimacy big time. And I applaud the army leadership that
visuals coming in of Bangladesh parliament ransacked, given the complete lack of faith that the people have now on any government, then the role of the army, those are the visuals coming in of the parliament being ransacked. Does it actually mean that there cannot be any interim government? What can be the interim government here, Riazul Islam? If people of Bangladesh, students in particular, have no faith in the politicians.
Well, I just would like to add one point, that the people are angry. These are the people have been subjugated, brutally subjugated over the last one decade or more. They have been facing deaths. They have been facing violence from the state forces and non-state actors like Chhatra League and etc. So it's just the venting of the anger and frustration. And I don't think army wants to contain this right now, because it's just letting the people venting their anger. I'm sure they will quell the situation and people will get back to home. But I think this is like the wrath of the people who have been subjugated for the last decade.
All right. A word from you, Lieutenant General Atta Hasnan, and then I wrap up this conversation.
Yeah, Maria, I've been observing, I've been hearing the arguments of all our friends from Bangladesh here. I think Mr. Zakaria has got it absolutely right. In the sense, what you're seeing, the chaos which you're seeing in the Parliament House at the moment is nothing but euphoria. The euphoria of having overthrown a government and a violent government, and also virtually in terms of bringing about turmoil and then carrying this out. This is not likely to last for very long. And I think the Bangladesh army is being sensible at the same time of not trying to do something like shoot at sight orders, which is a very, very common thing which happens in many countries when this kind of a situation starts emanating. So I think the next 2 days, 48 hours to 96 hours will be very, very crucial. But you are right, I cannot identify personalities. I can't even think of political leadership at this time. It will have to be the army and the army alone, which will have to stabilize this situation. And if that happens, I foresee that Bangladesh is in for a slightly elongated period of army rule.
All right. So that's an important point of view coming in from Lieutenant General Atta Hasnan. And thank you so much for your time here, Sultan Mohammad Zakaria, Anjit Sen, and Riazul Islam. Joining me now is Shamsher Chaudhry. He's the former Foreign Secretary of Bangladesh. Mr. Chaudhry, appreciate your time. What is the situation on ground with the Prime Minister having left? Is the interim government already in place, or are you seeing this more as a state of flux?
Thank you very much for inviting me. There are two kinds of situations going on here now. One is the public outpouring of celebration, whatever you want to call it. Some of it is in the form of vandalism, which is certainly not desired and not wished. And the army chief himself, one of the civil society leaders of the protesters group, and the Secretary General of BNP has appealed for calm and restoring order. And we hope that will work. But you know, in a situation like this, where things turn 180 degrees overnight or within an hour, nothing calms down immediately. It's like a storm. A storm doesn't settle immediately. The other thing that is happening now is the formation of an administration, an interim administration, as the army chief has said. How that will play out, I really have no clue. Obviously, there is the constitution still in place. So the constitution allows certain things and doesn't allow certain things. The constitution doesn't allow a non-party interim government. It just doesn't. So how do you circumvent that challenge? The Prime Minister has to be somebody who's a sitting member of the parliament. So the parliament is still there. In letter of the constitution and spirit, it says the Prime Minister has to have the confidence of the majority of the members of the parliament. Now, in theory, the majority of the party is her own party, Awami League. So if you don't have a Prime Minister